1 second. No, do it right now. Of course, when you get up. Can we call this meeting to order?
Okay, agenda item A, study session roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Present.
Tao.
Present.
Harris.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Zhang. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Here.
And Mayor Serrato. Okay, agenda item B, study session. B1, study session for solid waste collection and related services rate study.
Coordinator, is that better? Sorry. Okay. We're here to present our rate study to you, and I have our consultant, Garth Schultz, here to do the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm Garth Schultz. I'm principal and president of R3 Consulting Group, joined by my colleague Jordan Muratsuchi. Together we did the rate study for you this evening on your solid waste rates. We actually, as our firm, did our last rate study for you about 7 years ago, so it's nice to be in this room again and speaking to all of you about the next steps in your future solid waste rate adjustments. So in terms of this evening's presentation, ultimately, we've got a presentation for you that covers recommended rate adjustments and their reasons for them, as well as options available to the council. We are seeking council direction this evening with respect to which of the options you would like to see moving forward, or if you have variance on those options, and then to direct staff to proceed to issue the 45-day Proposition 218 notice to ratepayers so that you can have your rates come back to you at a future public hearing and be considered for adoption by the council. We've got a little bit of background for you first. You may know this already, but it's just helpful to cover this in terms of a base. What we're talking about when we talk about solid waste services is ultimately those trucks that go by every home and business in the city on a weekly basis to collect garbage, recycling, and organics. They're important for health and safety and reduction of vectors. They're also important in terms of compliance with mandatory state laws that the city or that the state pushes on all local jurisdictions in California. Our firm here, we conducted a rate and financial analysis and projections over multiple years. We haven't done an operations study of your operations, but what we can tell, having worked with your staff on this over the course of the last year, is that they appear well managed and well run. Your solid waste rates at present are reasonable. They're proportionate to the cost of providing service, and overall the fiscal house has been in relatively good order. That said, revenues to fund your solid waste collection services do require some adjustment. Without adjustment, the rates don't continue to escalate with the escalating cost of providing service, which is largely labor and capital and fuel driven, and those costs, of course, change and tend to increase over time. So those adjustments are necessary in the course of the coming 5 years in order to maintain the health of this operation and to maintain the current services that your residents and businesses in the city enjoys. In terms of future action that you would make, you may authorize up to 5 years worth of rates at once in one action. That's what you did back in 2019 for your prior 5-year rate adjustment. There aren't any other ongoing adjustments outside of a 5-year rate schedule, so you can't adopt it once and have it go on for CPI in perpetuity. So it is necessary to come back to council at minimum every 5 years in order to reauthorize rates. In terms of our recommendations, what we've found is that even year-to-year, fiscal year to fiscal year rate adjustments will be sufficient. You don't need an initial bump, even though the last couple of years there have been no rate adjustments. And we're recommending rate adjustments somewhere between 4.5 and 5.3%, corresponding to the two options that we put before you this evening. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong direction. A little bit of background. So as I mentioned, we did your last 5-year solid waste rate study, which was culminated in 2019. That set in the council at the time had authorized rate adjustments for the following 5 fiscal years. That last rate adjustment was nearly 3 years ago at this point, coming up in July. So that you haven't had rate adjustments since July 1, 2023, meaning those rates have remained flat and residents and businesses have enjoyed that. That's at the same time, primary cost drivers, which I covered before, do tend to escalate over time. And I've also mentioned that the solid waste fund, again, you have healthy reserves within the fund at this point. It's sufficient to maintain operations in the near term, but without rate adjustments, it will be depleted over the course of the coming 5 years. And I've actually got a chart that shows you that in just a couple slides. Whenever we do these rate studies, the first thing we're looking at is what are the sources of revenues and understanding those. And it is important for the council and the community at home to understand this is a rate-funded operation. It's not, there's no other city funds that are going to provide your solid waste rate services, though there are very small amounts of state grants that support kind of periodic programs. They are de minimis in the grand scheme of the overall structure of the finances for this operation. So it is out of nearly 25 million, 24.35 million are from the rates themselves. Against that 24 million, 24.5 million, we've got a current expense load of around 26.4 on the far left side of this chart. And as you can see, that's projected to escalate over time at an average of about 4.8% per year. We've got different escalators built into the overall model for depending upon whether it's an employee or a pension liability or an equipment or a piece of capital replacement. But overall, over these coming 5 fiscal years, the projection is a 4.8% growth. And you can see all of these numbers for every single one of these is above the current existing revenue stream. So overlaying those 2 prior charts onto one here, you can see revenues in green being less than expenses in the orangish color, and then the fund balance in blue. And that fund balance, again, without any rate adjustments, would be depleted as of the very end of 29-30 and into calendar or fiscal year 2030-31. We do recommend that the city, and this is true of any municipally run solid waste operation, maintain at least a minimum balance of solid waste reserves of about 2 months, which corresponds to 16%. And that's to account for the unknown, it's to account for emergencies, it's to account for the possibility of changes in your ability to collect revenues from bills. We don't ever hope that you have to rely on it, but you do need some sort of minimum threshold, and that is the minimum threshold that we recommend. In our recommendations, you would remain above this minimum threshold in all year of the coming 5-year projections. So a few of the other things that go into this solid waste rate study is some important elements relating to capital and fleet. It is a very capital intensive operation. Solid waste collection trucks operate many hours a week, every week, driving down every street in the community. And they do tend to wear out relatively quickly in comparison to, say, an ill-used passenger vehicle. So fleet replacement does occur every 7 to 10 years. You've got a fleet replacement schedule built into the solid waste fund. And again, it's fully funded through the solid waste rates and the recommended adjustments. There is a proportionate share of the Corp Yard Phase 3 debt service that is also projected over the course of this 5-year time horizon. It's not the entirety of the debt service, it's just solid waste proportionate share. And again, it's funded by the solid waste rates and the recommended rate adjustments. There is growth in the city, and we project some amount of modest growth in the residential community, and then that growth would in turn trigger the need for some additional drivers and some additional trucks and some additional routes. That is projected within these coming 5 years, and it's modest. I think it's like one route every other year. But it is also projected to be funded by growth in the number of counts. So existing customers wouldn't be paying for the growth to accommodate new customers in the system. And then finally, and this is a bit of a doozy, it's not one that we are forecasting expenses for in this next 5 years, but it is something to bear in mind in terms of the longer term time horizon, is that collection vehicle costs, solid waste collection vehicle costs are anticipated to double starting in year 6. And that would be to comply with the Air Resources Board Advanced Clean Fleets Zero Emission Vehicle requirements. Solid waste collection vehicles cost on the order of around $500,000 a piece when they're internal combustion engines, but the projections of costs if they're zero emission vehicles is about $1 million, and that's not including the charging infrastructure. So not forecasted in these coming 5 years, but it is an important reason to maintain the fiscal health of the fund. If that requirement remains in place, it will require funding in the out years. These are small things, but just to show the ways in which R3 and staff work together to continue to advance the state of this operation and to provide some clarity around services that provide benefits to the city and to customers. First off, for commercial ratepayers, they would have now option to subscribe to smaller commercial garbage and organic services. So smaller container sizes like those that are provided to single-family residents would now be available to those customer types at a cheaper rate than the smallest container sizes that exist currently. So that's a benefit to them, giving them a more range of options. There's also 2 other kind of minor details in terms of providing a interdepartmental service charge for servicing all the parks containers. There's a lot of containers out in the parks, and that's something we worked with staff on to establish a baseline cost of service for that. And then a new special event pricing model that would scale special event pricing in accordance with the size of an event and how many solid waste service containers they would need at that event. And that will all be detailed in the report that comes forward to the council when we return with the final rate options. Okay, now to the main event. In terms of the 2 options that we recommend the council consider, option 1 would have a 5.3% annual adjustment to rates across all rate classifications and types for these coming 5 fiscal years, which would ultimately be the range of time that you can authorize, but also projects out for years 6 through 10 and even 5.3%. So pretty easy to remember. It would just be the same rate adjustment over the course of 10 years. Option 2 staggers that a little bit with a lighter rate adjustment in the near term at 4.5% annually, and in the event that all of our projections around years 6 through 10 remain valid, it would require higher rate adjustments in those years. But forecasting years 6 through 10 is not an exact science, and a lot can happen between now and then, including the CARB Advanced Clean Fleet Rule, potentially having some waivers or modifications to it between now and then. There are other options that we looked at with staff. Ultimately, we don't believe you need to go higher than the amounts shown here because of the health of the fund, though you could consider lower near-term rate adjustments. One of the things that we noted with staff in our discussions is that would require potentially larger spikes in years 6 through 10, and it's always something that we believe city councils seek to avoid as future kicking the can down the road for a larger rate increase than maybe folks would be willing to consider at the time. So this is what this looks like in terms of the overall 10-year forecast, with a reminder that we're only looking at the first 5 years for the actual rate authorization itself. This is option 1 with the 5.3 annual rate adjustment per year. And you can see gradual spending down of that fund balance in the blue line over time. And then option 2 very similar to option one in terms of the overall impact, but with a somewhat more rapid acceleration of that use of the existing fund balance, which is why the rate adjustments in the out years would need to be higher to maintain that minimum 16% of fund balance threshold. Now, in terms of what does this look like to your ratepayers, we've got two sets of charts, one covering your single-family monthly rates and then one covering commercial for the standard commercial size. So if you're a single-family ratepayer, you would pay $54.25 this coming fiscal year via option one, and by the end of the 5 years, $66.70 at the, per month. And you can see the corresponding yellow charts for option two. Pretty equivalent, not a lot of difference in terms of what that means in terms of annual increase to the monthly service rate. We're in the low to high $2 per month per residential ratepayer in the first fiscal year, with a little bit more variance by the end of the fifth fiscal year, with $3.36 for single-family residents via option one versus $2.77 for option two. So still, relatively close and tight. I've had the unfortunate experience of showing much harsher results to councils because of not being in a good fiscal position like your operation is. So you have some pretty, very comparable choices to make. For your commercial service provider, this is the 3 cubic yard garbage. They have lots of options in terms of sizes and frequencies that they can choose from. This is a very commonly subscribed size and frequency. So you can see on the left, similar story to what I shared for the prior slide for single family residents, and a little bit more variance on the right. And this is what that looks like in terms of the change in monthly rate by fiscal year over the course of time. With that, I conclude my presentation. I imagine you may have comments and questions. We're here to answer those. And then ultimately, we do ask that the council provide direction as to which rate adjustment scenario you would like to see brought forth, and then to direct staff to proceed with the 45-day written notice to ratepayers. And then that would entail staff's ability to come back with our support to a future rate hearing where you could authorize the final rate adjustments. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Jennifer, anything from the public on this?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay. Questions from council? Any questions? Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Either one, option one and option two, do they take into consideration that doubling the vehicle cost?
They both do, correct. So all of the underlying expense projections are identical in both of the scenarios. It's really just a matter of when we're having more of the revenue adjustment to meet that longer term fiscal need. And the doubling of those costs would not come in these next 5 fiscal years. We're forecasting that it would happen in the second half of the projection.
All right. Thank you.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, thank you for the presentation, all the work. I know you were trying to give us the top line results. I want to ask a couple of questions so I can maybe understand some of the assumptions.
Sure thing.
When you did your analysis of how costs are going to expand over the next 5 years, was it a linear increase in costs with a constant population base, or are you looking at more of kind of like a marginal cost model?
It's linear for certain line items where there's not as much impact based on population change. And then for others, it is nonlinear in the sense that we assume that there will be changes in cost in accordance with changes in population, and then resulting in these notable points of the milestone of adding a new route. Right? So really with the change in population, you kind of absorb that within existing routing infrastructure until such time as a new route's needed. Then you've got that capital expense and a new staff person that comes on. So those were modeled on an every other year basis for the entirety of the forecast.
Yeah, so I mean, drawing a progression line through Merced's projected population growth is impossible, right?
Absolutely.
Did you assume a certain % population growth over time?
We assumed a certain number of residential households coming on over time in accordance with, I believe it was the general plan projections. I forget the exact name of the document, but we had a kind of an estimated number of households coming online by year over the course of the 10-year time horizon.
Oh, that's helpful. So that's the 2012 general plan, the current one?
I don't remember the exact title. We can look that up, and Jordan might be able to look
see
it up
Jordan
while we're
nodding
here. Yep. So we, certainly by the end of this presentation, we can probably get you an answer.
That's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to understand. Did the study take into account all of the various annexations or pre-annexations that are in the pipeline in terms of gauging population growth?
Whatever document we referred to, I assume included that, but I can't speak to the exact annexations. Ultimately, what we had was a kind of a, I believe it was a 400 to 500 household additional change over the course of time projection. So I don't think we had anything specific about timing of, kind of a quanta of annexation coming in at any given point in time. I've got support coming up, which is excellent.
okay.
Thank you, Venus.
Venus?
But I will say one other point on this, and then Venus can answer. The ways in which the rates are structured anticipate that they are covering the cost of providing service. So in a new household or a new annexation coming on, you would then extend these service charges to those households, and then they would generate a revenue that would then cover an expense. And because the rates are designed to cover the cost of service, in the event that an annexation happens, the revenue comes along with the expense at the same time.
Yeah, and I want to hear from Venus, but what I'm trying to figure out is, did we conservatively assume that growth will be sort of what it was, it sounds like, in 2012? Or are we sort of accounting for the fact that we might have more households coming online, and thus, I agree with you, there's more revenue because more ratepayers, but also it might be more expensive actually to provide the service, right, if you're extending your current service base without investing in it, so.
Yeah, helpful. Venus?
Good evening. I just wanted to clarify some of the information we provided. So we did provide information based on the development forecast that we do for the 5-year period. And so that is based on what building is seeing coming through and how many single-family, multifamily permits are being pulled. And so it's based on those permits being pulled. So we requested that, for so many homes being added on, what would trigger a new route, right? And so that's what the consultant did for us based on that forecast.
So that's helpful. I mean, that gives me some more comfort that our projection sort of looks like what we think Merced's going to be in 5 years. Let's go back to the Clean Fleet 3030, to the extent we all believe that's still going to happen. I assume we're talking about electrically charged vehicles, not hydrogen or something else.
Yeah, I mean, I have yet to see a hydrogen solid waste collection vehicle be kind of ripe for scaling. I mean, that's mostly true of the ZEVs as well, but the ZEV technology for solid waste vehicles is further along and at least being deployed in some areas. I've heard of one hydrogen that's been kind of tested, and I haven't heard of anybody taking that up for a larger order at this stage.
Yeah, I just celebrated my 51st birthday. I remember in 3rd grade when somebody brought the hydrogen car and told me it was something I was going to drive when I was 16. Does your projection just account for purchasing the EV trucks, or does it also include some amount for charging infrastructure, maintenance, all those sorts of things?
It does not include maintenance changes. There's just not good data at this stage whether there's even a difference in maintenance. I think the industry would have us believe that it's going to be cheaper on the maintenance side, but having worked in solid waste operations, I don't believe maintenance is ever cheap. We did assume that ultimately we just used a 2x on the existing cost of the capital replacement. It may be more by that time, or it may be a little bit less, and then therefore be able to accommodate the charging infrastructure. We've been doing a lot of this work with other municipalities kind of in the same position, which is, and it's unfortunate in the sense that the private solid waste fleets are not held to the same standard after the Clean Air Act waiver was rescinded. So it's still just the public fleets. So we have a lot of questions as to whether they're even going to be scaled up and ready at this point. So really, because it's such an uncertain future, we just used a 2x on the existing capital replacement trend line.
No, that's reasonable. So I guess fair to say that you've done your best to try to project what that EV cost is going to look like, but it's possible in 3 years, council's having to do some kind of true-up or adjustment based upon reality of 2028, 2029.
Well, again, we don't project that you would start purchasing them until 2030, 31. And so in this 5 years, we're not projecting any ZEV solid waste collection fleet purchases.
But we would need to start putting money in the bank to make those purchases? Is that the idea?
We think you'd have money in the bank already because you've got that money. I think it's going to affect what does your next 5-year rate study cycle look like. That's what it will influence is do you need to hit the 7.2% if you do 4.5% these next 5 years, or is it going to be less than that because they've relaxed the requirements and there's more waivers, or will it be more than that because the cost of the charging infrastructure and bringing energy to the corporation yard to sustain that is more than the 2x factor we applied?
Got it, okay. Well, I appreciate you bringing your magic 8-ball. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have right now.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Dupont is next, but before that, real quick, City Attorney Cornwall, if you want to jump in, sir, real quick.
Yes, Mayor, Council, I am uncomfortable, I would say, with picking which option in this study session. It doesn't seem that the public is on notice that we would be picking option 1 or option 2 during this timeframe.
Yeah, study session information only. Okay. All right, Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for the presentation. Just a couple questions. In the expense model, was there any money that was set aside for capital improvement projects or any expansion projects to what solid waste proportional share would be to any public works facilities?
Yes, it's just a proportionate share of a projected debt service for the corporation yard phase 3. And for the details of what that entails, I would defer to staff because we're not a part of that planning project, but there is a debt service number matching the prior proportion that was used in the prior rate study and only adjusted to account for the current debt service projection.
Thank you. The other question I had, this may be for staff, but new solid waste services include park solid waste services, which would be fully funded via interdepartment service charge. Do we know or have a projection of what departments would be paying for that park's solid waste service?
That I'd have to defer to staff as to which departments. Our role was to come up with what's the cost of service number, and I would clarify the service is existing presently, so it's really a revenue funding measure for a service that exists today. And I would have staff kind of answer in terms of the question as to which departmental transfer, or which division is making that transfer.
I think I can answer that. Parks is already paying for the service. We just didn't have a Parks rate for them. So it was kind of a weird rate that we were using in order to charge them, and they were already paying for it. But now we're trying to do something that's appropriate. And so we developed the Parks rate, and each park would pay in it, and that's based on their Parks funding.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd.
Thank you. I just have a clarification question. So under projected expenses, it says the operating expenses are projected to increase by an average of 4.8 per year. But then of the options, you have it starting at 5.3, and then option 2, it's 4.5 and 7.2. Could you explain this?
Yeah, very
and I
good.
apologize if you did explain this, but there was something that stood out to
No,
me.
very, very good question, and it's one I anticipated. So with respect to the difference, so part of what you would refer to is this. If you look at the very left-hand bar, currently revenues coming into the solid waste fund are less than the expenses. And so when we look at option 1, which is 5.3% over every year, we're having to overcome that existing deficit in the fund, which is in part driven by the fact that there haven't been rate adjustments for the last 2 years, and it's relying on the existing fund balance to supplement. So that's why you've got those difference between those figures.
Thank you.
Of course.
If I could ask, Ken, I think might be the best person to answer this. What there's some mention of some of the maybe some of the, not extras isn't the right word, but some of the things that maybe are above and beyond what we'd ordinarily expect. You know, for example, the proportional share of the debt service for a courtyard expansion, any additional things as well. Mr. McBride just mentioned potentially street sweeping, tree trimming, those kind of things.
And I can speak to at least
Yeah.
those
Okay.
two and well, and certainly Ken can supplement. You do have other existing services that are held in the solid waste fund. They're not new or changes here, but yes, you have street sweeping funded by the solid waste rates, tree trimming, some litter control programs. Those are all part and parcel of this comprehensive service that you provide through that solid waste fund.
Okay.
Ken, anyone? Leaf collection, thank you. Leaf collection as well.
Okay. Litter meaning specifically our Restore Merced contract?
Yes.
Or Scott, anything else, or, okay. That's good, thank you, Ken. Councilmember Jean.
On the slide that you have up right now, so we see that the green bar is constant as the revenue doesn't change over years. And then we see the gold bar here going up. How come we're not accounting for increase in revenues for the increase in housing added to the overall pot?
Oh, that's a good question. Because the way I frame this is just to show as an example what would happen if you don't adjust for revenue increases. So yes, you would have some marginal increase associated with housing. It would be on the order of 500 times the monthly rate per year. So it's de minimis in terms of this impact, but you are correct. I could have done a little bit more with those green charts. The evidence here is just to show you that without some sort of adjustment to rates, the fund will be depleted. And I think based on that catch, it would be rather than the very, very end of 29-30, it might be the first month of fiscal year 2030-31, because there's not that much additional revenue that comes from that modest amount of growth.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, and Craig, again, no direction today, so just go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. So what we could do is we could take any feedback tonight, which I think you had really good questions and some great conversation here. We could put it on a future agenda in the very near future for directions. So we can start the actual process. So if nothing else tonight, I think was very helpful for our consultants, for our staff to hear the good questions, hear your feedback. We could put the same item on for another public meeting where we can get your feedback, which would allow us to formally launch the 218 process. So we can take that initiative and get that going.
Okay. Any comments? Again, no formal direction, but any comments, discussion? First, Councilmember Smith, and then Councilmember Zhang after that.
Thank you. So in the spirit of just talking as me, I would prefer some kind of a model where we raise rates, if we can do this, raise rates to hit what is close to the true cost of service. And if that means some more incremental rate adjustment over the 5-year period, if there's a way to do that, that might be too fancy and too fine, but that would be my preference. I mean, nobody likes to raise rates, certainly not elected politicians, but I also like garbage trucks coming to my house and my residents' homes. So we need to keep up with the cost. If the option is truly binary, a 5 1/3 or 5.3% or 4.5 and then an escalator, I'd rather not have an escalator. To me, I think that conveys to our community that there's some kind of drastic raise in rates when really it was something that was planned. So I'd rather, we're talking about $2 to $4 a home, right? So speaking as myself, if we can't track the cost of service over time, I'd rather just see a one-time increase that we adjust to and try to stick to and see where we are in 2030.
All right, Councilmember Zhang.
For chart number 7, where it shows how much the increases are by dollars, I think it would be great to see that extended out to the term of 2036, I believe, just so residents are able to see exactly what they're expecting their increases to be for that whole duration, since the options that we're presented with extend out through to those time period.
Right, because and we can certainly show that more on the chart, but the council in a future rate adjustment action would not be able to act on the rate adjustments for the final 5 years of a 10-year projection. You can only act on those first 5.
True, but I mean, as a resident, I would believe they would just like to see, hey, this is what they should kind of be expecting, what they'll be paying in the future.
Certainly.
Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, we're currently right now, it's a $1.5 million difference between revenue and expenses. So trying to find a rate that meets services so we're not also depleting our fund balance. While we have a healthy fund balance, we also have kind of unknown costs to come for the future of zero emissions. I mean, it's $1 million per zero emission refuse truck, and that's just a refuse truck, right? There's other fleet costs that are associated to it as well when current refuse trucks are, around the 400,000, 500,000 range that we approved last year. So, those unknown costs and really the unknown requirements of the legislature put us in a position that we should be closer to what our service is actually providing and the cost. And we're going to have to probably try to figure out a way to meet that $1.5 million shortfall over the years. While 5.3 helps us get there, it does pass the 5-year mark. So I think that's also a point to point out, because we want to also use our fund balance to the rising costs of construction. We talked over the past years of expanding public works facilities, and while using existing debt service numbers to use in the model, construction only gets more expensive, especially in the public sector. So making sure we have enough in the fund balance to help in that proportional share is important. So, I think the drastic change from 4.5 to 7.2 may not be the model, because it does signal to our constituents that we are not being financially responsible with our money, which Councilmember Smith pointed out it was planned instead of actually being fiscally irresponsible. So the 5.3 or even a slight higher increase of 5.5 or whatever it may be to get to the services amount or expense, I think helps us in the long run to figure out that $1.5 million gap. We at the end of this fiscal year, we'll have 3 years with no adjustment, and I think that's important to know. So we're already a little behind the 8 ball here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Harris, questions from you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So the recommended fund balance should be around 16%. And we closed fiscal year 25, 26 will close with 71%. For staff, do you remember what the fund balance was the beginning of the previous 5 years? How did we get to 71%?
Councilmember, I might be able to speak to this a bit if you
Go ahead.
if you like. We were looking at this before the meeting, and this is a higher fund balance than was projected for the end of the last 5-year rate structure. What we understand is certain capital investments were delayed or deferred, and changes in capital replacement for some of the vehicles also changed and deferred. Part of that's going through the COVID period. So that's our best understanding around it's, and it wasn't a revenue change, so it's not like we had windfall revenues. The revenues are coming in almost exactly as projected as of the end of the last 5-year rate study projections. It's really expenses that didn't occur over the course of those 5 years.
We're looking at that as a one-off.
I believe so.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Any further questions for the witness? Okay, hearing none. Scott, anything you or your team, either Venus or Ken, anybody else would like to weigh in? Monique, anybody on additional thoughts, preferences? I know Ken's always jumping up to speak. Anything we need to know, Ken?
Good evening, Council. I think with respect to the options that we have, I think option 2, the 4.5 is good for residents. It's not sort of a dramatic increase in the fees. And like Garth was saying, we're trying to stay within that 5-year period because, as you know, with the state of California, the regulations are on steroids, so stuff changes every year. I mean, no kidding. And right now within the last year, we've had to hire 2 additional people because now the state wants us to get into people's trash. We have to do surveys of the routes, 10%. We have to go flip leads, which is kind of crazy to me, but we're in people's trash right now. Who knows what's the next thing going to happen? We have Agrimin at the landfill. They're still in phase 1. When they get to phase 2, where they have their on-site facility there, that increase is going to happen where we have the organics commingled with the green waste. They'll be processing that there. So, for example, in the last rate study, we were paying something like $10.50 a ton for green waste. With the new landfill, Agrimin taking over the green waste and organics, it went up from $10.50 to $50-something a ton, and projected to go up to $66 a ton. So, are we trying to save the planet? 0.04% of the atmosphere. So, like I said, I think for the residents, the 4.5% increase is a good way. We have some reserves built in, and right now, with the cab is probably the biggest issue that we see on the horizon. And because of the rescinded mandate, where the private industry is not mandated to meet the EV regulations, that is not driving the industry to be more efficient. So it's sort of stalled. I know recently we were trying to buy pickup trucks, just the work trucks, where Ford was making the Lightning. Well, they were losing billions of dollars. They stopped making the Lightning altogether. They go into the hybrid model. But the state still requires us to go full EV. And that costs, again, people don't understand probably that cost that the state is mandating us to accept is just getting passed along to residents. We don't need that cost. It's a direct pass-through, so. But for right now, within the 5 years, like I said, the private sector isn't driving the EV industry, so that is just stalled. I mean, the only people mandated to do that is the state governments, local cities, and that's not enough to push the industry to make it more efficient or cheaper in the long run. I mean, so I think this is our best guess right now, is to keep it as it is right now. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
No, thanks, sir. Appreciate your expertise. Councilor Dupont, is that a new one?
Yes. One question, Ken. Has there been, I mean, this is not obviously uncommon for, or just our problem. Is there other municipalities and cities or counties and state agencies that are banding together to work on that legislation or have a discussion with the state on the impacts to ratepayers?
I think the only body is probably the League of California Cities might be doing something, but I don't think the state ever listens to anybody. So when it comes to that, sorry.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks.
Councilor Smith.
Mr. Ellen, I always appreciate your comments.
Appreciate your expertise, Ken. Thank you.
So Ken, you keep trying to sit back down.
You're too good up there. That's what we want to keep asking questions.
I mean, I agree with you. These unfunded mandates, maybe they can be borne by big cities on the coast, but not rural cities. But to the issue at hand, you had mentioned that 4.5% might be where you lean. Does that include the escalator to 7.2% 2-3 years in? Or are you thinking that the rate could be held constant at a 4.5% increase? Because we were presented with a 5.3 as the constant, and then 4.5 was just the entry to a higher rate.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Just to clarify, the 4.5 option would still apply to the full 5-year rate authorization, if that's the way the council would go. It'd only be years
Oh, I
6
see.
through 10 that would potentially need to be as high as 7.2, including that 2x multiplier on the capital, rolling capital replacement for the ZEV mandate. So it's only from fiscal year 31, 32 onward where that's projected in our modeling right now. Via option 2, the 4.5 would be for the first full 5 fiscal years that you could authorize.
Got it, okay. I probably got confused. We were talking about only making a potential change for 5 years. So, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ken.
There's been times, we've had times in the past too, we've approved rates at a certain amount, and we haven't had to raise it that high. We've approved the raise up to, X amount, but for whatever reason, we were able to just, through cost savings or efficiencies, we never actually raised it to that amount.
Certainly, it would be a maximum rate authorization, and then in the following several fiscal years, depending upon how the finances look and what the fund balance is doing and what the expenses have actually come in at, you could elect to enact rate adjustments that would be less than the full maximum that you authorized previously.
If we authorize 4.5 instead of the 5.3 for the first 5 years, what's the risk that we have a kind of a big jump and a little bit of a shock to the ratepayers to go up to something like 7.2?
I would call it somewhat like 50-50 right now, not knowing how this crystal ball around ZEV is going to resolve. I think, prior to 2025, when private fleets were still expected to fulfill the ZEV mandate on the same time frame, we were hopeful that there would be economies of scale and kind of scaling up of the ZEV production lines that might bring those costs down faster. Now, not so sure. But I also, and I think to the question around, are other municipalities around the state banding together to try to carry a message to CARB? It's something we're seeing now starting because there's other municipalities, and this may include the city, who are kind of seeing this as somewhat of a competitive disadvantage, right? Putting municipal operations at risk in favor of private operations where you might have less control. So we do see some potential pressure coming forward to the state on that front, and certainly a change in terms of the political discourse that led to it in the first place.
Yeah, affordability now probably the top
Correct.
political issue.
Yes, very much so.
All right. Anybody else? Councilmember Smith, that was an old one. That was That's okay. Just checking. All right, I think we got another couple minutes if anybody's got any additional questions.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for a point of clarification on some of the direction in terms of next step or comments in terms of next step? Councilmember Smith, you mentioned you'd rather see something kind of approach cost of service earlier on, and that's something we can certainly present, but with the clarification around the 4.5% and even the 5.3 being over those first 5 fiscal years, it would just help us be more responsive to the comment as we come back, if I can just understand what you would like to see a little more
Yeah.
specifically.
So what I was suggesting was not one of your options, so everybody's fine to say, he's wrong. But if there is some dependent variable you can tie it to, like a CPI index, so we can make one decision, but the cost to residents floats with the cost of service. I'd rather see something like that over 5 years. If that's not feasible or it's not best practice or whatever, that's fine. My preference would be to charge the 5.3%. So we make sure that the fund balance is protected. We're ready for the future. If a future version of this body needs to or can adjust the rates, they'll have the luxury of doing that.
Thank you. That
That's my
helps.
feedback. Thank you.
So just for the council's knowledge, what we can do in our next kind of report out is at least show what would a fiscal year 26-27 rate adjustment to get to cost of service look like. And it certainly is feasible to have the following 4 years be noticed at CPI. So we can at least show that for edification purposes if it helps you in your next deliberations.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Great.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, seeing no further questions or no additional requests to speak? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate all your work and your expertise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We got 2 minutes before closed session. Craig said he just had to run to his office for a second, so. We'll get started in 1 minute, 1 minute. Who was just there a second ago? This has been good. There we go. What's that? Okay. As soon as they're back, we'll go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call our January 20th, 2026 meeting to order. Want to welcome everybody tonight to our city council meeting. We're going to begin with an invocation from the wonderful Monica Gracely from Lifeline CDC. And then after that, if Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Monica.
Good evening. Please stand with me. Lord, just as Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream, we too come before you with dreams for a better future for our community. We dream for a place where all children in Merced County thrive in supportive, loving, and nurturing environments and enter school healthy and ready to learn. Where every child has access to early learning and social development and is prepared for school. Where parents are empowered and equipped to provide the best possible experiences for their children. Where students develop the academic skills and personal character needed to continue their learning journey, pursue their passion, and grow their talents. We dream of a place where college students are enriched through meaningful educational experiences and strong supportive services. Where our university equips young minds to think deeply and to create meaningful projects and actions that build resilience and lead to practical, lasting solutions. Where adults have opportunities to do meaningful work that provide for their families with dignity. Where families are strong and healthy, supported by a resourceful and caring community. Where people from all walks of life live in harmony, each bringing their unique gifts and strengths to the table. We dream of a time where our city flourishes and is marked by a thriving, connected community, where our police and fire departments are equipped with the tools and resources they need to keep us safe, and where every person, regardless of life circumstances, has the opportunity for change, growth, and hope. Lord, we know these are big dreams, yet you have told us to seek your kingdom first, trusting that everything else will be provided. These dreams reflect your kingdom purposes to love you and to love people. So tonight we ask that your wisdom, for your wisdom as we gather. May every voice be heard. May decisions be thoughtful and guided by humility. May we work together in unity and peace. And may we live in such a way that one day you will say to us, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Thank you, Monica. Great to see you as always.
Agenda item F, roll call. Councilmember DuPont,
Present.
Tao,
Present.
Harris,
Present.
Smith,
Present.
Zhang,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle,
Here.
and Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the city council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the city council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the city council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda, and they will also be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.gov, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Nhà rộng, giờ nên là từ xa tàu trong sĩ thả mà nó xài vào lục mong nên chỉ ở anh chỉ cụ được bởi nó cụ có xài lục mong rồi nè ở trong tàu.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as the Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and/or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item G, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session, Jennifer. And also, too, we'll have a translation, as was stated, available in Spanish, too. So we'll let you know when our Spanish translator arrives as well, too. Thank you.
Agenda item H, ceremonial matters. H1, proclamation, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Ms. Cobb, we'll invite Ms. Tamara Cobb up into Jerome got shy all of a sudden.
I know, I'm the one trying to change my image showing that I'm shy.
Jerome, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. First off, want to thank you for a wonderful Martin Luther King Day yesterday. As every year, you guys do a spectacular job. It's a special day for Merced, and it's in large part because of the great work that you all do organizing, making it really a wonderful community event for everyone, and a place where everybody can come and rally around each other, show each other love, and celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. King. So I just want to thank you all for, as always, every year, you guys deliver in a really big way, and just wanted to express my appreciation. All right. Anybody want to talk?
Dr. Patrick, it's your turn. No, it's your turn. I'll let you do the proclamation.
Again, thank you all. Jerome, you did a good job up there on the stage, too. All right, whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union. And whereas Dr. King's teaching continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our communities, and whereas the King Holiday and Service Act, enacted in 1994, designated the King Holiday as a national day of volunteer service, and charged the Corporation for National and Community Service with leading this effort. And whereas serving on the King Holiday is an appropriate way to honor Dr. King,
meet local and national needs, bring our citizens together, and strengthen our communities and nation. And whereas the King Day of Service is the only federal holiday commemorated as a national day of service and offers an opportunity for Americans to give back to their communities on the holiday and make an ongoing commitment to service throughout the year. And whereas citizens of Merced have the opportunity to participate in events throughout our city on the King Day of Service, January 19th, 2026, as well as create and implement community service projects where they identify the need. Now, therefore, I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday as a day of service in the City of Merced, and call upon our citizens to pay tribute to the life and works of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. through participation in community service projects on Martin Luther King Day and throughout the year. Thank you. Jennifer's going to want to take a couple pictures.
Agenda item H2, certificate of recognition to Merced Police Sergeant Nathan McKinnon for his contributions to the Martin Luther King Jr. Unity March.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let's invite Sergeant McKinnon up, and everybody else who is here to support him tonight, feel free to come on up as well. You can be louder than that. All right, our second ceremonial event tonight is to honor Sergeant Nathan McKinnon for all the great work he does in making the Martin Luther King Day March and celebration possible. As anybody who's there knows, we start around the Amtrak station, walk down Martin Luther King Street, all the way to the old theater, and that requires, as you would expect, a lot of traffic control and a lot of ways just to bring everybody together and make sure everything's safe. You see so many events across the town, or across the world, unfortunately, where bad things can happen, but here, every year, year after year, it's an incredibly safe event, which makes it great, and it's large part because of the great work you guys do. So turn it over for a couple words.
Your words. Dr. Patrick is not shy, trust me. Okay, these two are very instrumental in the Martin Luther King event. Everyone knows Jerome, and you know what he does. Dr. Patrick is very instrumental as well. But tonight, we're here to honor and celebrate Sergeant McKinnon. For years, he has steadfast, with patience, enthusiasm, honored the Martin Luther King Day celebration and giving his time, effort, his holiday time exactly, to come and make sure that that parade, that Unity Walk, is safe. And I wanted to let you know how much we appreciate that. From the first day I met you, you've been so kind, so patient. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm honored to have received this today, but I couldn't have done it without my family, the support of the police department, the city, and all the explorers. They all come together and make this happen. It does take a lot of work to organize and get this set up. This is 10 years of working this event and helping out and keeping everybody safe. And, you know, it stays safe because we have a fantastic community that comes together and supports it and keeps everyone else safe. So, thank you.
To the Explorers, too, you guys do such a great job, and I think just seeing you and seeing how professional and you guys are just puts a smile on everybody's face and really makes this event, so many other events, so much better. Now, he's getting the award tonight, so that means he owes all of you lunch, too. So don't forget that. All right. Here you go, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anything from the family? All right. Thanks again. Congratulations, you all. Good work. Good work. Well done, brother. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Okay, agenda item I, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received an email from Eric Franklin regarding agenda item K8 and an email from Strong Towns Merced regarding agenda item M2. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item J, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 2 requests to speak forms.
Thank you, Jennifer. 3 minutes each, and if you could please call the speakers.
Okay, if I can get Mike Weber and Zachary Kuykendall to the podium to my left, please.
Okay. All right, Mr. Weber.
Good evening. I'm Mike Weber, Superintendent of the Weaver Union School District. I didn't beat the clock last time, but tonight I will. Quick recap. Weaver supports growth in the Merced area. Growth is beneficial to our community. I'm a Merced native and I personally support growth. There are 4 major projects that are in the planning or pre-planning stages for our district. They represent 4,800 new housing units. Key points I made: developer fees are often thought to pay for schools. They don't. They only cover a fraction of the cost. Funds also go to temporary student housing. Land set aside often still require districts to purchase the land. What I didn't get to last time is Weaver has 3 schools that are all over 1,000 students. Schools are already beyond their built capacity. School bond was passed in 2024. With a 70% support. That maxed out our bonding capacity. It goes to fund the 1 school that we currently have planned that if opened today would have 700 students. Development will be phased over 5, 10, even 20 years, but new schools take years to fund, plan, and build. At a 0.42 student yield, 48 homes is roughly 2,000 students. That's 3 additional schools on top of the 1 we're going to build. New homes increase bonding capacity, but bonding capacity comes after students arrive. That gap makes school mitigation essential. We have a shared reality. Merced is a proud city, but not a rich one. Growth is much needed, and it's an economic engine for our community. Incrementing growth protects districts like ours and will protect us from declining enrollment in the future. The city does recognize that growth should pay for growth. Developers are required to pay for infrastructure, roads, utilities, drainage, public safety. However, schools are infrastructure. The bottom line is Weaver is pro-growth. Developer fees don't build schools. All we're asking this evening is that we all start thinking of schools as the essential infrastructure that they are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'd certainly encourage you as we work through our general plan update to come. Our next community meeting is the 28th. So here at 6 o'clock, 28th, it's our community advisory focus group. And then certainly too, in working with Councilmember DuPont, that's his district down there too. So feel free specifically to work with him or any other ones of, or any other council members. And then general plan update's gonna be big, so feel free to be involved in that. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. All right. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Zachary Kuykendall. If you don't know me, I'm the Area 3 trustee for the Weaver Union School District Board, but I'm here tonight speaking as a community member. I was born and raised in Merced. I attended 4 public schools in Merced County, including Merced High, go Bears. I went to college out of state in Arizona, started my career as a marketing professional in Phoenix before moving back to Merced with my new fiance back in 2019. My wife and I now live in the new Stonefield development at the end of M Street. We've seen the growth firsthand. Oh my gosh, it was such a fun holiday season, seeing so many kids running around out of school because they were on break. We've also contributed to the growth firsthand. We've welcomed a baby boy and a baby girl into our family over the past 2 years. Weaver is a small district, one with a proud history though. Wonderful programs, fantastic teachers. It's the district where my young family lives, and it's already experienced significant growth, as Mr. Weber pointed out. Additionally, it's projected to more than double in size over the next 20 years. And while that may seem like a long time, it's not quick or easy to build new schools to accommodate an incoming population. As Mr. Weber mentioned, developer fees pay for only a fraction of the cost to build new schools. And Weaver's already maxed out its current bond capacity, and waiting for new students to be here to go out for new bonds would be too late. Schools will already be impacted, classrooms will be large. I probably don't need to speak too much on the impacts of large class sizes, but large class sizes in impacted schools are bad for kids. Educational success metrics typically decline once class sizes reach 20+ elementary students, and again, sharply, once class sizes reach over 27 students. Councilmember DuPont and I went to McSwain together, and class sizes were generally manageable. We both now have young children in the Weaver district, and it's important that we look out for and protect the kids in the district and their educational future. Although I'm excited about the growth for Merced, boy, I'm excited, boy, do we need it. I'm worried about the impact of the growth on the Weaver district. Even though growth is projected to happen over years, it is critical that we plan for that growth now, together as a community, so that the next generation of students isn't neglected in pursuit of more housing permits and residents. City planning is a long game, and the time to act is now, when we have the opportunity to secure more support from developers to help create the critical infrastructure that we need to make sure students in the Weaver district and Merced are not left behind. Schools are as important as public infrastructure. They are in many ways public infrastructure themselves. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, very important issues, and would encourage you as well to be involved in our general plan update. Next community meeting is January 28th at 6 p.m.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, on to consent.
Agenda item K, consent calendar.
Okay, any members of the council have any items on the consent agenda that they would wish to see pulled for separate consideration? Councilmember DuPont?
K-12, please.
Okay, 12 speed limits. Councilmember Smith?
K-8, please.
All right, 8 is the West Coast Arborist tree pruning contract. Anyone else? Councilmember Jean?
Could I pull K3?
3 is the Office of Traffic Safety Grant Authorization. Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing no one else, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, so pulling agenda items K3, 8, and 12, discussion or a motion with respect to the balance.
Motion. Second.
Harris Boyle.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include agenda item K10, the adoption of ordinance 2586, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending section 15.32.080, State Connection Regulations Backflow Control Devices of the Merced Municipal Code, and agenda item K11, The adoption of ordinance 2587, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending Chapter 10.24 of the Merced Municipal Code to prohibit pedestrian crossings outside of crosswalks and repeal the prohibition on standing in roadways. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Agenda item K3, this is our Office of Traffic Safety grant, the authorization to apply for that. Councilmember Jean.
This would just be for separate consideration. As folks up here and in the audience and the chief already knows, I'm not a fan of DUI checkpoints, and so this would just be separate vote.
Okay, additional questions, comments? Chief, anything from your department?
No, Mayor.
All right, additional comments, questions, discussion?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-06, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, requesting approval to apply for the California Office of Traffic Safety's OTS Traffic Enforcement Grant Program. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Thank you, Jen. We'll take up agenda item K8. This is the $413,000 tree pruning and removal contract with West Coast Arborists. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As council knows, we received by email what's titled a bid protest from United Pacific Services, stating that United Pacific Services actually was the lowest bidder. However, the staff is suggesting that we select West Coast Arborists. The staff report doesn't really have any elaboration, so I just want to give city staff a chance to explain why they're making this particular recommendation.
Okay. Fair question, Mr. Olmos, or Mr. Cornwell.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, if I could just start off with the municipal code language that covers this item. It's Merced Municipal Code 3.04.280, acceptance or rejection of bids. And it states that the city council, in its discretion, when it is in the best interest of the city to do so, may waive any informalities or minor irregularities in any bid process, may reject any or all bids, or may accept a bid that best serves the public purpose, even though it may not be the lowest. Thank you.
All right. With that, Mr. Olmos, why the recommendation for West Coast Arborists?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. West Coast was selected. It was an RF request for proposals. It wasn't a per se, lowest bidder, item that it was. That's how they got selected. The proposals were submitted. They were evaluated on not precisely on their cost, but on different items such as project understanding, project experience, and such other factors like that.
Councilor Smith.
So I don't know, Mr. Olmos, if you've seen this email that's in the written communications for our meeting, the statement is made that United Pacific Services had bid a contract price of $313,000, and we're selecting a contractor for $413,000. Now, first of all, sitting here, I don't know if that is true or not, but let's just take it at face value. Is there anything about the skills and experience or capabilities of West Coast Arborists that would justify selecting them as the more responsible bidder, even though they're not the lowest cost?
I did not personally evaluate the proposals. There was other personnel in Public Works who evaluated the proposals, and that's how they got ranked. Again, it was based on several factors, not just cost. Cost, as a matter of fact, it's at the end of the evaluation process of the proposals. I think the amount that they subject on the email, yeah, that's correct. One thing that it's not correct, it's the allegation that something was changed during the process. There was no changes made to the form or anything. the number didn't change based on available budgets, and that's why the amount might look different, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff, right, in my view, is not for council to get into, but we're charged with ratifying the selection of the responsible lowest bidder. I'm just trying to understand more. I don't know if Mr. Elwin can speak to it, but, why this particular contractor is the more responsible choice? Because I would agree with you in principle, right? You don't just pick the lowest. You get what you pay for sometimes, but I mean, I'm trying to understand why.
The cost was so varied from, I think one was like 300 and change, one was over $900,000. There was a big variable on the different proposals.
Okay.
I don't know if you have anything to add.
Good evening, Council. Ken Elwin, Public Works Engineer, Director. So with the request for proposal, it's a little bit different from our low bid contracts that we put out, bids that we put out. With the proposal is based on different criteria that the evaluation panel assesses, and they rate it based on those different criteria. The actual cost is submitted in sealed envelopes, so the panel goes through and evaluates all the proposals received, and they rate them based on that. And in our proposal, it says that the cost is just a fraction of the ultimately determined choice. With West Coast, with that particular one, I wasn't an evaluator, but we've worked with West Coast. They're pretty responsible, so from an experience perspective, we've had dealings with them. We know what to expect. They're pretty local. I think that company might not be local. I'm not too sure, but anyway, it's not a low bid contract, so you don't have to go with the actual lowest bidder on those requests for proposals. So,
Understood. So our recommendation is for a local company with whom you've got experience, you think does a good job on an item that I think everybody up here hears a lot about, which is tree trimming.
yes.
Okay. All right, I appreciate the additional information. Thank you.
Gentlemen, is it on a contract like this, as opposed to a low bid contract, does each bidder propose a different scope of service, for example? Say, one is gonna say, look, for this price, we'll do 1,000 trees. Another one says we're doing 500 trees, or is it for the same essential amount of service?
Well, in the scope, it details the type of work that the city, Public Works is looking for, the number of trees and everything. And one of the items that is evaluated is their project understanding. There is a specific list that it's laid out, and then sometimes you get proposals that are way off of what we're asking. I'm not saying this is the case with this one. Again, I did not evaluate this company, but occasionally you do that, or occasionally they're incomplete. One of the ones that I recall just looking on my way over here, it was, I would say, considered incomplete. There was some missing items there. So,
Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the protest came, I believe it was yesterday, and I believe it came to the clerk's office and the council members. It didn't come directly to myself or to Public Works. We want to make sure the council's making the best decision in the interest of the public, and obviously this is here tonight, and you can make a decision. Other options, if you would like, we can review it in some detail, come back at the next meeting. We want to make sure that you're comfortable with the decision you make. I think that's unfortunately kind of the timing here was not good for us to kind of fully evaluate what was provided to us, given the time constraints. So I just want to make sure that that's always an option as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Smith.
Well, Mr. McBride, you raised some good points. I mean, everybody has due process rights here, including the West Coast Arborists. So, I mean, I think I've heard enough to trust staff and vote to approve this, but is there a different procedural option you might prefer? Either to give you or your team more time?
I mean, Councilor, the only option would be continue it. We can look at this tomorrow or the next day and either place it on your next agenda or the one right afterwards and proceed forward.
Is there one you prefer?
Well, the agenda for your next meeting is due Thursday. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so that doesn't give us a lot of time to do this. So we're probably looking at the first meeting in March.
Are there any timelines associated with this item? Probably not, right?
Anything one, is this?
Other than trees not getting trimmed.
Is there an urgency to question being, is there an urgency to approving this, or there's a suggestion that, just to make sure everybody has the best information, especially for the public too, to possibly have one of the evaluators here, just have more details.
There's enough time. I mean, this money, it's in this fiscal year, but I mean, there's still time. If you decided to, to hold off, we still have time.
All right, well, I'm getting some different information. I think if it's just a matter of giving staff a time to prepare and be ready to better explain the decision, then I'd be in favor of continuing this till our next meeting.
Mr. Cornwell, anything to add?
I'd appreciate time for me to look into it as well, so, if that's okay.
Okay.
30 days? Longer?
No.
Just soon as possible.
Yeah, we can, it won't take long. We can make the next meeting.
Okay, I'll make a motion to continue item K8 until our next meeting.
All right, this is a second from Councilmember Harris. Any additional discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer will call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion approves unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for pulling that out. All right, next is K-12, the second reading for the speed limits. Councilmember Dupont.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In our last discussion with the speed limit and speed study, council decided to not move forward with 3 increases in speeds. I had a question, it could be for City Engineer Daryl Jordan or for City Attorney, but my concern is because the decision was based on not in accordance with the study, I do not want to put the whole study and the whole decision on, I would say, concern and putting it up for debate on the decision being arbitrary for the whole study. So if the question is clear, I can rephrase as well.
Thank you, Councilman. The study is supported by the survey. We're fine on the study. The council in their motion, when this was on the first reading, asked for a reassessment of the 3 streets as well. So I believe staff's plan was to have the report go forward so that can be valid as soon as possible, and Chief and his staff can have a operating report, bring back the 3 streets that were pulled and have that addressed separately. I think that is the most efficient approach to get something on the books the quickest.
Okay, so tonight would be approving the speed limits based on the speed survey and study, minus the 3 that were brought forward at previous council to be relooked. So
correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Were there, I'm trying to think, my recollection too is there was we had agreed with the study on the vast majority of them. And there were a couple that we wanted more work done on, but then there were a couple, and
Yeah,
so
so,
there were a couple too that we voted not to raise, essentially in contradiction to the study.
correct. What I'm hearing is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is the ones that we approved in contradiction to the study are going to be reevaluated and brought back to council for approval for those that were essentially denied the increase in speed limits.
Yes, but my recollection, I could be wrong, but my recollection was there was the ones we approved, which are consistent with the study. There were ones that we referred back for further work, and there are ones that we approved in contradiction to the study. Is that your memory, or?
No.
Okay.
There's
I-
just three streets, three segments of streets that were pulled from the study.
Okay.
So the study goes forward, and the recommended speed limits go forward, and they have support for those speed limits. There's three that we have to bring back to this body for reconsideration.
Okay. Yeah, good. All right, Councilor Smith.
Almost withdrew my request to speak. I would say that with regard to Mansionette, Bear Creek between M and R, and Olive Avenue between, I think it was G and M, the council majority more had unanswered questions about the methodology used to make the initial determination by the study authors. We asked that further analysis be done. I don't think anything's been rejected as of yet, but staff is asking for the second reading so we can at least get the balance of the report approved so our officers can start using radar to enforce speed and everywhere else in the city.
Okay.
So basically, I think we should do what we need to do today and address those three additional street segments at a later date.
Councilor DuPont.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't disagree with moving forward with the speed study. I just want to ensure we're being careful, because last time the discussion did get into, we want to deny the speed limits and set the speed limit at really what we thought, with no study or information to back it, to keep the speed the same. So that's why I brought it forward and wanted to have the discussion that, we didn't put the whole speed study at risk and the whole ordinance for speed limits at risk. So if it's coming back and we're going to discuss those three based on further information, I think that's an appropriate approach, instead of us saying just a firm no.
Okay, yeah. My memory, my concern was the same as Councilor DuPont's, but I think if you guys are telling me I'm misremembering, I think that's good. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
I was just gonna mention in the red line, it's section 2, it says further study, and it's outlined in there, saying city staff is directed to conduct a further study of the speed conditions of the following roads: Bear Creek Drive between M and G, Mansionette Drive, and Olive Avenue between R and M. So it's literally in here.
Okay. Mr. Cornwall? Good. Mr. Jordan, anything to add?
Nothing to add to that, Mayor.
Okay, anything from the police department?
No, Mayor, I think our city attorney summed it up. We would really appreciate trying to move forward, so we have a study. I think the bigger conversation comes in when the second evaluation of these three roads comes in. If then we have the harder conversation, but at this point, it would be my preference that we move forward with approving everything but those three that were just mentioned, so.
Okay, I think we're all on the same page. Councilor Jean.
Just a question to our city engineer. If I recall correctly, during our study session, council has discretion to set the speed limit at plus or minus 5 miles per hour. Is that correct? From what the study shows?
The study typically supports anything within 5 miles per hour of the findings, yes.
And then the three here are, from what I'm seeing, that they're within that 5 miles per hour increase. So currently where it's set, it's within that 5 miles per hour. Is that correct?
I believe the study was even higher than that, even up to 10 miles an hour. So that's why it was getting pushed up, because it wasn't within that threshold. But
Understood.
we will restudy those and see if we can have new findings that would support that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else, additional discussion, questions? Jennifer, anything from the public on this? Apologize, I didn't ask earlier.
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Additional thoughts, comments, or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Harrison Boyle?
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the adoption of Ordinance 2584, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending Section 10.16.010, speed limits of the Merced Municipal Code. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you all. Gentlemen, feel free to head out anytime and get those radar guns going. All right, on to our public hearings, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item L, public hearings. L1, public hearing, assessment ballot proceeding, Campus North, East College Homes, Ferens Park 1, Hanson Park, Merced Auto Center, Northwood Village, Oak Brook, Oakmont Number 3, Olivewood, Pleasanton Park, Quail Creek, and Ridgeview Meadows Maintenance Districts.
Thank you. All right, Juan, welcome back, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We're here to present back to you and and start the public hearing for the underfunded maintenance districts. And with that, I'll turn it over to our landscape coordinator, Stacy Hicks.
All right, good evening, Stacy.
Thank you. Good evening. So for tonight, we just have a recap of the presentation that we provided to you in November. So I'll go through this a little quickly for you tonight. So this map again is the map of the entire city that designates the 39 maintenance districts that we do have within the city. This map is of the 12 underfunded maintenance districts that we did present to property owners for an assessment ballot increase. As I said, 12 of the 39 maintenance districts are underfunded, and they are in jeopardy of a reduction in services in storm pump maintenance, landscaping services, or possibly both. And these assessment increases to the maintenance districts are being proposed to cover those necessary expenses. So in the Quail Creek District, we were looking at an increase per unit of $56.11. For the Oakmont District, it was an increase of $75.23 per unit.
This is per year, this is an annual cost.
Yes. For Northwood Village, it was an increase of $41.55 annually per unit. For East College Homes, we were looking at $25.27 per unit annually. For the Oak Brook Maintenance District, it was $7.25 annually per unit. For Pleasanton Park, it was $98.21 per unit annually. For Merced Auto Center, $12.56 per unit annually. For Ridgeview Meadows, $45.55 per unit annually. For Ferens Park, it is $383.24 per unit annually. And again, as a reminder, this was two subdivisions that formed the district, and it was an adoption of the Resolution 90-91. The open spaces and parks are serviced and funded within Ferens Park 1 and general parks, and the city's contribution of 90% of landscape costs should no longer continue in accordance with Resolution 90-99. For Olivewood, it was an increase of $151.39 per unit annually. For Campus North, $95.73 per unit annually. And for the last one, Hanson Park, it was an increase of $52.39 annually per unit. So to recap, the outreach measures that have been done since council did approve us to move forward with this effort, we held 3 town hall meetings specifically for the assessment ballot increase. They were at Rivera Middle School, Chenoweth Elementary School, and Golden Valley High School. And we had a total of 47 attendees at all 3 of those town hall meetings. Then we did have a presence at the 3 city council town hall meetings that were just held here in January. We had social media posts on the city's Facebook page and Instagram pages, 5 separate dates with a total of 41,123 views and 32 shares. There was a bulletin sent out to the 12,000 subscribers via Gov Delivery. Public Works staff, we had phone calls and meetings with 23 individual property owners as well. And Mr. Olmos was on a radio interview with Community Conversations, and that aired multiple times. So the next steps are that any other property owners that have ballots, they would return it to the city clerk's office in the envelope provided tonight prior to the end of this public hearing. We will be opening and counting ballots tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the Sandpipes room, and that is also open to the public. Then the public hearing will be continued to the February 2nd meeting of City Council, and the results of those individual maintenance districts votes will be reported at that meeting. And then based on the ballots that are received, if they pass or if they fail, then we will be doing adjustments to the appropriate maintenance districts budgets, and those will be brought to council at the June 1st meeting as part of the regular budget cycle. Okay.
Questions? Okay. We'll open the public hearing at this time. Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have one, Mayor, from Bruce Nichols.
Mr. Nichols. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the City Council
Thank you.
chamber.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm not a public speaker, so to skip that. I live in the Ference Park area, and talking with people that were there in the 80s when it was first started, the city was going to pay for 90%, and the residents were going to pay for 10% within the area that was not public roads as far as public thoroughfares, such as our street and so on. So our thoughts are, at this point in time, why are we going to add taxes to us when you have thousands of cars going up and down our street? Why is that not a city cost on our street? I understand it within the community. It was supposed to be, Ference Park was supposed to be just within the community to pay for those things, and that the city would pay for the main roads going there. And all of a sudden, now we're getting a change. And I also understand inflation. Things go up, prices go up, salaries go up, all that. I understand that. So as a resident of Ference Park, I understand if it goes up slowly. But to have it all of a sudden a jump because somebody made a mistake earlier, because somebody didn't catch it, I think that what you need to do is bring up the cost slowly, but also omit the cost to our street. I mean, Rivera School's there, thousands of cars go up and down there. That should not be our cost as a homeowner. It's just my thoughts, our thoughts of those that we talk to in our neighborhood. Once again, I do understand things going up. I get that. Also, I do believe that with the new team that is doing the tree trimming around that area, it's not the best of jobs. I'm just saying that. I come from farming. I know how to prune trees. And so, if they're going to charge us a lot in additional taxes, let's get some top jobs, get it done right, get it done correctly. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here. You're a pretty good public speaker, too. Jennifer, anybody else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody else wants to speak, now's the time to be heard on this item. Okay, okay. If you want to speak, please fill out a green request to speak form with the proper information, and then you can walk it up too if you like. So we'll proceed with the public hearing, and we'll get the other speakers, and then after that, we'll come back. Once we close the public hearing, then staff will have the opportunity to, Stacy and Juan will have the opportunity to address some of those issues. All right, if anybody else wants to be heard on this, please fill out the green request to speak form now.
Hi, good evening,
Evening, sir.
Council and Mayor. Richard Garcia, I live in Farrens Park as well. As Mr. Nichols pointed out, this is over a 1,000% increase from $31 to $414 per year. It's excessive, doesn't seem reasonable. If it was phased in, I'd be more acceptable of it, but over a 1,000% increase, quite a lot. And as he mentioned, I realize costs have gone up for the city, but costs have also gone up for the consumers and the homeowners. Our taxes have gone up on our property taxes as well. So there's an increase everywhere, on your side and our side. But we talked about the landscape maintenance. And as Mr. Nichols stated, our street is a busy street. I question also whether it's under the purview of the Farrens Park versus the city, as it is a major thoroughfare through North Merced in that area. So I question that part. In terms of the landscape maintenance, I've lived there 27 years in April. And up until recently, maybe 2 years ago, they started doing some landscape maintenance near my home in the grass strips. For a while there, I was going out there with my weed eater and weed eating near the sidewalks because I couldn't go on my walks without having a bunch of grass all over the place. So I had to do some weed eating myself. Yesterday, I saw some gentlemen from the Restore Jobs program. I don't know who they are, but they were picking up litter. So I don't know if that's covered by the city or if it's through a nonprofit or some other organization. But if we're gonna get charged for litter pickup, is somebody else doing it for free? Storm drain maintenance, the pumps and so forth, I'm not sure where they're located, to be honest with you. And do those pumps only benefit the Farrens Park area where I live, or do other people benefit from it? And if so, are they paying their share of it? But I guess my main point is the increase from, it's over 1,000%. It seems excessive. And if it was phased in, as Mr. Nichols mentioned, maybe it'd be easier to swallow and accept, but just to have that thrown on somebody, if the city was given a cost of an increase of over 1,000% from some other entity, I'm sure you would push back really hard on that. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comment. All right, next speaker. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Hello. My name is Ted Woods. I'm in Campus North, I think the district I was in. I'm not going to speak long because the two gentlemen previously are covering my topics. The increase for me was over 200%. And also, I'm a retired person, so I'm on a fixed income. If this is approved, and they do it again next fiscal year, I don't know if I can keep up with all these increases for taxes. So I just wanted to, which I did see, I can get the city engineers or whatever these gentlemen are, Public Works, to show me the reports, to come up with these numbers. That's what I'm looking for. How do they get these numbers? That's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I think one more speaker. It's good. Thank you, sir. If you have the time, I think Mr. Olmos, he's nodding right now. He's got some numbers that justify all the figures, and he'll show you all his homework. All right, go ahead, sir.
So my name's Shannon. I live in the Oakmont district. We already paid 2 taxes. This, I assume it's for the park. That's what the letter that was sent out. I've never been to that park, ever. I went 3 weeks ago just to see what is out. Took my daughter out for a walk. 3 drug addicts hanging out in the picnic area, working on bikes. One family there. Sometimes on the weekends I'll drive by, it's completely full. Put in a parking pay system that helps to pay for these costs. Nobody ever parked. Just a thought that something might help. The people that live across the street from this, I don't know what district that is. I'm wondering why they're not paying for it. Why do I live 3.5 blocks away and I'm paying for a park I've never been to? And is it just cutting those trees and that grass in that particular park? Because it says it's covering trees and bushes. No, I have a guy that comes to my house every week because the city doesn't come cut my grass. Maybe I can give you his number. Way cheaper than what you guys are quoting, $65,000 a year. So I'm just thinking, is there other ways that we could do it, like pay for the parks, pay for the entrance to park in the parks like they do at other places?
Which park are you referring to, Bob Carpenter or Hiley, or which park in the area?
I live in Oakmont District, so it's the one on
Parsons?
Yeah, Parsons.
The bigger one or the one next to the fire station?
I don't know. It's got like a swamp running through the back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the Hiley.
it's never, ever been there. I went 3 weeks ago, like I said, with my daughter, just to see what was there, because I have never been to that park.
Okay.
And I've lived here for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was walking through, just all kind of stuff growing out of the creek, 3 drug addicts hanging out in the picnic area, working on bikes. Just, park looks dilapidated as it is, and then I'm supposed to pay more money every year to prune the tree and cut the grass. So I'm just wondering, maybe we should start charging for parking in those all the parks, and maybe that would help cover these costs, offset them a little bit.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, or is that you getting up to?
So I just have a question. I did attend one of the town hall meetings. Is Fairwinds, are we the only ones that are paying for the maintenance of major streets, like our street in Buena Vista? Because I understand like the parks, but what other zones are paying for major streets?
We'll, I will pause it at 2:40. As soon as we close the public hearing, then we can start answering. So right now, it's just kind of, we're hearing from you, we're taking notes on all the questions.
So I just have a question about that. And then when I did attend the town hall meeting, I was told that philosophically I was correct in saying that, I don't feel that we should be responsible for our street and Buena Vista, but was somehow tied to development and was a difficult thing to untangle. It was compared to untangling spaghetti. And I realize maybe it's difficult of some paperwork or some different things if you have to run some kind of voting. But, you know, my job's difficult too. I don't get to make excuses. If it's what's right, then it should be done, even if it's difficult. And with regards to the tree trimming, I don't know if the one that happened at my house, I think it was maybe less than 2 months ago, but they did not do a very good job, and also no consideration for the wildlife that existed in the oak tree that is in front of my house, and they basically butchered the tree. So whatever organization was responsible for that, I vote against them. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. All right. Jennifer, any additional requests to speak?
It doesn't look like it, Mayor.
No, it's going to be on February 2nd. Okay, all right, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Again, we're not really deciding much tonight. I think we can answer some of those questions. Rahiley Park, the park in there, it's not part of that maintenance district, so, and that's a community park as well. So those fees wouldn't cover that park. That's covered by those are all covered by general city tax dollars. In general, these fees are meant to maintain the landscaping in the neighborhood, in the areas that usually described in the districts. There's one question about why can't we use somebody's gardener or things like that. There's a lot of specific rules that we as a city have to use where we, essentially there's a lot of rules that say we have to comply with the Department of Labor regulations, and essentially we have to pay higher costs for labor and by law, and we have to hire certain contractors that are able that qualify under the Department of Labor's regulations. But Juan and Stacy, I'll turn it over to you for some of the additional comments. Most of them, obviously we went through all the districts, and most of them involve relatively small or modest increases. There are a few that have larger increases, and then obviously there's the Farron's one that stands out quite a bit. And as everybody, a lot of answers to that. I think one answer is that we can only raise these fees with voter approval. So voters have to vote on it. And the neighborhoods have to vote essentially to raise their taxes and tax themselves. So one answer would be, that is somewhat of a complex process on our end, and it involves a cost as well, putting that together too, putting the cost together. And then also, if, for example, if we have an underfunded district and year after year it gets voted down, the increases get voted down, the modest increases get voted down, then as costs, inflation, everything keeps accumulating, then now what $2 would have got you 20 years ago, now we need $20. This is one example. So, because these fees can't be raised without the approval of the voters. All right, Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions for staff. Juan, out of the 12 districts that we are looking to or asking voter approval for reassessment, how many have we got out to ballot before?
I can tell you right now. Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses. Quail Creek, I think it was done in 2003. Oakmont was on 2017. Ballots fell on Northwood Village on 2018. East College Homes ballot fell on 2018. Oakbrook has not previously had a ballot. Pleasanton Park fell in 2008 and 2017. Merced Auto Center fell on 2008. Ridgeview Meadows fell in 2018. Farron's Park did not have a previous ballot. Hollywood fell in 2008 and 2017. Campus North fell on 2008 and 2017. Hanson Park fell on 2008 and 2017 as well.
So by that, we had about 8 out of the 12 that we have gone out to ballot previously, and they have failed. So I guess my point being, and kind of what the mayor was saying beforehand, is, you know, some of the increases may seem large. For the Farrens one, we've never gone out for a previous ballot, so the increases may seem large, but it's really beholden to really what the voters are wanting to do and if they're wanting to increase it, correct?
Correct.
There was one question as well as major roads that we maintain in some of the maintenance districts. Are there any other maintenance districts that may have a major road next to it?
Yes, I mean, I can think of several. Oakmont, for instance, has Parsons, you know, from almost Riley Park on the west side of Parsons all the way to Yosemite. Silverado, right across, it's Parsons, the east side, the Yosemite side to McKee side, or from Yosemite to Rascal Creek there. I mean, that's on that corridor there. On Quail, it's got Gardner side, it's got Yosemite side, it's got Paulson. Yeah, it's Ferens too. It has Buena Vista, it has 59 side, it has the Yosemite side. So it is, I mean, it is common on maintenance districts and CFDs as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. So am I correct in what I'm assuming here is that the issue with the Ferens Park and that huge increase is not because it was voted down before, but because of the city contribution of 90% by resolution expired, and it wasn't phased out. It was 90% one day and 0 or 10, then 0 now.
Yes, this happened in the, you know, I think 1 year after it's the district was created. Was it 1 year after it was created? Some monies from the CF from the maintenance district, were supposed to come from that maintenance district and go to Ferens Park, and then that's why the city was going to be contributing to the maintenance district. That contribution never occurred. I mean, you know, I don't want to guess what happened back in 1991 or 1992. But anyways, since that point, you know, that should not have been the case, and it was happening every year until it was caught during, you know, looking at the budget, and that's why we brought it up to the voters, also and to you for direction on it.
So, I'm not sure I heard that correctly. Was the city contributing 90%, or was that?
Yes.
Okay. In my 20/20 hindsight, we probably should have phased that a little better so it didn't just all go away at once. Thank you.
And I mean, I think obviously the position of the Ferens neighborhood, I think I would certainly think the same thing, and I think most people would, is, you know, you get sticker shock, right? You get this big increase, and, you know, most of them are relatively modest, and you got some where we're dealing with prices from probably 25 years ago. But the Ferens one, I know when we attended the meeting at Rivera, and there was a lot of comments about that, and you guys did a good job kind of explaining. I think Ken too gave a nice explanation about kind of the situation. But what can you tell to the Ferens Park folks who see this and they say, you know, you're going from $30 to $400, and this is
one of the things that it's happening currently at Ferens, and it's actually happening at Oakmont as well. I made it on my notes. These two areas, they used to have at some point weekly service. If, you know, I heard the comments, you know, it doesn't look good, or, you know, there's trash, or partly is because we have cut services just to stay within budget. So we went from weekly service to bi-weekly, and then we ended up monthly, and that's where we are right now. yeah, there's gonna be trash, things are gonna be overgrown at some point. I mean, I think when we presented this, one of the questions came up, and it was like, how do we know that the type of service? Some of the, for instance, Ference during this creation, there's a description of everything that is supposed to be happening on the type of service, the type of the grass, the shrubs, everything that is there. I mean, we're not doing that level of service that it requires. That so yes, there's a lot of room for improvement in that part there. And I want to make a clarification. The landscape contractors, they trim shrubs, mold, and they also do some work to the trees. I mean, they're not trimming trees like our previous contract with that we brought earlier, the West Coast. It's different, and we haven't had a contractor working on just trimming trees lately. So, I mean, I can get that information from the resident and follow up regarding the tree trimming job. But okay.
All right, additional thoughts, comments, Councilmember Jean?
Just two questions here that I got from residents as well. So kind of what you're mentioning in terms of service, residents are asking if the ballot's approved and the rates are approved, what kind of increased services are they looking at? Generally, are they looking at monthly down to weekly services?
It depends per district. I will say if there are some areas that we have discussed and know that, for instance, there is no grass, there is no, so we probably will not be looking, I will say weekly, might be monthly or might be bi-weekly. We have one district right now that I think right now we only do twice a year on Campus North. Campus North, we do twice a year. So obviously it's going to be, I think we're wanting to do monthly on that one? Bi-weekly. So it's going to vary by district. We did an assessment on each district and what we thought it was the needs to maintain an acceptable level.
Awesome. So residents should be able to kind of like see it on a more routine.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think from last, when we came in the summer for the engineer's report, at your request, we actually posted it on the city's website. Awesome. Yeah, the type of service for each district.
Thank you. And then the other question was from residents asking whether or not any of this type of rate increase are tied to the natural trail that's being proposed near the basin off of Ference Park, that dirt bike area that Chris might know more about this, but or is this at all tied to any of that work?
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay, additional questions, comments, thoughts? Councilmember Smith.
So, thank you, team. Just want to clarify, the public hearing is closed, so nobody can cast any more ballots, right?
So you can reopen it.
Are we, but we want to continue the item to the second, February 2nd, right?
To count the ballots, yes.
So people can still deliver a ballot. They can walk up to you, Mr. Almos, on February 2nd. Until the mayor closes the public hearing, people can still vote. Is that right?
My understanding is that it closes at the end of the, closing tonight.
I don't know.
That was my
How we
understanding.
close and continue.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with this.
The continuation is to allow us to count all the ballots. We did not have the time to count all the ballots to come back with the results.
No, I understand practically.
Yeah.
We want to stop the election, but not make a decision until 2 weeks to give staff a chance to tally the ballots across, 10 or so maintenance districts, which is infeasible to do in the next hour.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
So my question is, how do we continue a public hearing and close it at the same time? Because I'd like to, if it's over, let's continue this conversation in 2 weeks and move on with our meeting.
Yeah, I think the ballots are supposed to be counted tomorrow, is that correct?
Correct.
So we can, what do you think procedurally, what's the?
We don't need a public hearing to get the results of the ballot count, do we?
We just report on the second, right?
Yeah, so we can,
Okay.
we can close the public hearing and then have an item,
Just presenting the results?
yeah,
Okay.
and the public's been able to participate in this hearing.
Okay.
I mean, I have a lot to say on this topic, but if the voting is over, let's just continue our discussion on the second.
Okay, additional questions, comments, or a motion? I think essentially all we're doing today is
We,
took the presentation, it's information only, questions for us, and then
yes,
we take public testimony, we allow for public testimony today with a public hearing, and then the ballots will be counted tomorrow, and then we'll get the results on February 2nd.
that's correct.
All right? Sounds good. Is there a motion should we say we should continue the public hearing or continuing the?
If you continue the public hearing, people can still vote.
Okay, public hearing's closed, and we're gonna continue the item to, February the 2nd for, report and for, the results of the election.
So hearing the mayor close the public hearing, I'll move to continue the item until February 2nd.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
All right, takes to our action item.
Okay, agenda item M, action items. M1, authorization to accept and appropriate the Home Key Plus conditional grant award of $28,257,013 for the Mercy Village project in partnership with Upholdings and Self-Help Enterprises.
All right, Leah Brown, you got any good news for us?
Good news. I'm just here to ask for appropriation of the grant. So the state came back after you authorized us to apply for the Home Key grant, and they awarded us a little over $28 million. And so now we can talk about it. So congratulations, everybody. And we just are looking for appropriation of the grant so the finance officer can handle the money.
Okay, questions for Leah? This is for?
This is for the Mercy Village project on Park Avenue. It's 65 units, permanent supportive housing, and yeah.
Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, back to council for discussion, questions, or a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, takes us to M2, Jennifer?
Okay, agenda item M2, report for discussion on preliminary annexation application number 25-0003 to consider support for an annexation of and other entitlements for 133 plus acres at the southeast corner of Mission Avenue and California State Highway 59 submitted by Buildco.
Thank you. John?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the community, I'm Johnny Land, Principal Planner, Development Services for the City of Merced. As mentioned, we have a pre-annexation before you for Mission West annexation. This is part of our pre-annexation process. In that process, it does request that we meet with LAFCO, and that has been done. LAFCO sent an email, and you have it attached to your information there, that the report. So if you have questions about that, we can talk about that after the presentation. But they did have some specific concerns about a need for a specific plan for the area, and that is something that we can work towards if that is at your interest. This annexation is proposed to be near CP 42 and Tyler and Mission, which is now called Mission East. It's 133 acres. 618 total dwelling units are possible in the residential that is proposed. 103 acres of low-density residential. And then 12.9 acres of regional community commercial and an 18 acres for a business park. And those would also support the existing businesses that are there. This is our current pre-annexation and annexation project map. The project proposal is down here. So it is, again, near the CP 42 project, as well as the pre-annexation that came before you about a month and a half ago. Another whole map showing the location in South Merced. This is a plan of the proposed area, the annexation area, showing the specific parcels. And again, it shows it at Mission and 59. The proposal showing the low-density residential and how it relates to the regional community commercial and the business park, which would be there on the corner to, again, support the existing businesses in the county. The benefits of this would create jobs, housing, and resources, again, for South Merced, provide additional support to CP 42 and Highway 59 corridor, and it's a fairly easy access from the freeway, so it would continue to bring tax revenue and potentially sort of synchronicity to the development that has already been proposed there. Again, this is the conceptual land uses. As far as the utilities go, at the time of annexation, the utilities will be evaluated through the environmental review process. This project will require an EIR, an environmental impact report. Utilities could be connected from the north, and the development may be required to provide locations for wells to be added to the city's water system. This shows that the water connections to the north. This shows the storm drain, but a lot of the storm drainage is required to be on site. So as part of the development of this project, that storm drainage would be required on site for the most part. And then the sewer also could be connected to the north. So your action today is just to show general support or non-support for Mission West annexation moving forward. I can answer questions, and I do believe the project proponent, Mr. Delina, is here as well in case you have specific questions for him.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Land. Any questions for Johnny? Okay, do we have anything from the public, Jennifer?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, who wants to be heard on this item? Now's the time. Okay, seeing no takers, we'll come back to council for additional questions, discussion, and/or action. And again, before us tonight is not to approve the annexation. This is for general support or non-support at this early stage of the annexation, pre-annexation process.
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
And that's a motion for
General
support.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont.
Jennifer, if we could, we have a motion pending and we'll have discussion. Councilmember Jean.
I didn't expect to be motioned immediately. I read the letter from LAFCO and the concerns on there, and then taking into consideration the two speakers today about schools with regards to the Weaver School District. I think we should be cautious and think about that community plan first. So generally supportive of development here, but I think we need to really plan ahead. And I would like to see that community plan developed.
Okay. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. This would be a good conversation to have when high-speed rail is back in the room. We have a downtown area plan. If their move is to Southeast Merced, then, they should foot the bill and trying to make a Southeast area plan. This would fit in what Mr. Nicholson is asking for.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
A lot to unpack. I'll save the discussion about the school thing for another time. I stand in general support. I think it's important to note that the support from the council probably can only extend to as far as the information is in front of us. We've got a proposal to build out an area in South Merced that needs amenities, it needs growth, it needs investment. I see a proportionate map, mostly low-density residential, but also bringing some job creation and commercial. I generally support that. The council doesn't have any more information. Information might not be available, so I certainly support it as far as what has been proposed.
Okay.
Second thing, I don't know if it's not even getting late, I'm already losing my train of thought. Mr. Nicholson's letter raises an interesting policy issue that I'm not sure this is the right venue to decide, but it kind of raises the question of what's the continuing vitality of a 2007 South Merced plan? Particularly as we have a general plan amendment process and high-speed rail, raising some issues. I think it'd be unfair to require the developer at this stage to answer those questions that are going to be community-wide discussions. I've said this before, I think the South Merced plan from 2007 was noble, but a lot of it is unrealistic, and I think we could do better for those neighborhoods in that part of town. So this could be a venue to have that discussion. I don't think that discussion is today.
Yeah, there's everything we do, and then LAFCO is a separate process as well. All right, now I stand in general support as well. Additional comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the question. Jennifer.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay. Chair, before we take up the next item, M3, Councilmember Smith, you mentioned earlier you have a recusal on that item, but also there's a time sensitivity as well too. Are you okay if we take it in order, or is it better if you had made a request to take it out of order if possible?
Well, we are way on our way to making the under tonight in terms of our meeting, so I'll be happy to. I need to recuse myself for M3 because the mayor mentioned it. I need to get to Bakersfield tonight. I've got depositions tomorrow, and high-speed rail is not yet departing. So I'm hoping not to be here too late before I have to get on the freeway, but yeah.
We'll move quick on M3.
I'll recuse myself now.
Mayor, on M3, I need to recuse myself as well. Baxter Ranches is a client of my law firm.
Okay, 2 recusals, Councilmember Smith and Councilmember DuPont. Enjoy the leftover lasagna in the back room, gentlemen. And we'll allow them to step off. And
First time I speak and 2 council members leave. I don't know if I should take this personal.
scared them off. Yeah, you wore the short sleeves, I got scared of it.
Mayor, Council, as is customary, we like to introduce our new staff. So for those of you who have not met Sam, this is Sam Roche. He's our new planning manager. So Sam is familiar to many of us. I know Mike and I are familiar with Sam. He served on the Planning Commission for several years, so he's a new face to many of you, but not to all of us. So Sam, welcome tonight. Congratulations and good luck on this agenda item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. So the item that's brought to you tonight is for 2 agreements related for environmental review for the proposed Artisan annexation and Baxter Ranches annexation, which together total approximate 208 acres. Artisan annexation is approximately 48 acres and will be proposing to bring approximately 206 housing units within that annexation. The second is the Baxter Ranches annexation, which is 160 acres and will bring primarily low-density residential with approximately 580 housing units to that location. Both projects are generally consistent with the city's general plan land use designation and have previously received support from City Council for the pre-annexation. What is being brought for you is as part of the annexation process, this project requires environmental review and compliance with the California Environmental Quality Control Act, also famously known as CEQA. Due to the size of the complexity of this project, Staff and the applicant is recommending to use outside consultants to help prepare the environmental document. Staff, excuse me, the scope of work would be conducted by J.B. Anderson, which would be to prepare an initial study. We do have technical studies that will be a part of the documentation, which include air quality, greenhouse gas, and traffic. The total cost of this request is going to be $45,068, and staff recommends approval as recommended in your administrative report. Is there any questions?
All right, questions for Mr. Roche? Seeing none, anything from the public, Jennifer?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for further discussion, additional questions, or a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sam, well done. Started rough, scared off 2 people, and then
Right, yeah.
ended with a unanimous approval. All right, we'll invite Councilmember Smith and DuPont back into the council chambers, and we'll take up agenda item M4. This is the supplemental contract to the Lou Edwards Group.
Okay, agenda item M4, approval of a supplemental appropriation from the unreserved unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $104,375 and approval of an agreement for professional services with the Lou Edwards Group to provide community engagement and communications consulting services.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. All right, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I had to get up from my seat for a minute.
Something I said.
No, you're fine tonight, Mayor.
Did that notice?
Yeah, just tonight, we're good. Okay, there we go. Okay, that looks like they're preloaded here for me. All right, I appreciate it. Okay, first of all, I wanted to thank the subcommittee that you have graciously formed to provide some assistance and oversight to work along with staff and our consulting team. Consulting team on this, Lou Edwards Group and FM3 have been long-term partners with the city. They've done community polling, worked in the past with the city on a variety of public policy issues. They are all-stars in the state, to say the least, and they've done some really good work for us recently. Before I get into the presentation, I wanted to point out in your admin report, you have a document that they prepared that summarized some polling results for you, which is really the reason why we want to seek guidance tonight and support to continue forward with their assistance to go out to the community, and we'll get into some details of that. So you have a quality team, as I mentioned, all-stars. I know they're watching tonight, and I professionally appreciate their hard work, but I also want to appreciate the work of the subcommittee. So Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, Councilmember DuPont, and Smith did a lot of work to help with the community outreach survey that we did and the information that was provided to you tonight. And so I want to acknowledge their hard work that they worked on. And also timing too. The timing obviously was done, as noted here, November, December. I know that you've done a lot in January. You did a lot in November, December too, right? I will just say this, as a council, you're not lazy. Neither is our team. We do a lot of great work. We all work well together. But we did this community survey, and as noted in the report, the survey is promising. There's optimism. I think the community sees that there are great needs and there are things that we could do together. The survey, as noted here, was done in telephone, email, and there were text invitations that got people together. It was also statistically valid. There were well over 400 people who were surveyed for this. We did it in multiple languages. And as noted, we had the ad hoc subcommittee that was involved. And I want to thank you as the full council allowing us to proceed forward. You had appropriate funding to begin with, and tonight we're going to ask for more funding to continue forward with the discussion for this as well. And the last bullet point here, as I noted before, is included in your agenda packet, is just the fact that the report from the consultant team is prepared for you as well as the public to review. It's posted online as well. All right. So what are we talking about tonight? Well, I'm pleased to report that there is support potentially for a measure on the November 26th ballot. That doesn't mean that it's automatic, right? That means that messaging, information has to be cultivated. That means that community feedback is still necessary. That means that work needs to be done. That means that we need to have an approach and team that rely on information that's accurate and factual. And we're going to need help to put this together. There was an item earlier tonight on your consent agenda that really didn't get much discussion. We have now under contract a team for social media. That combined with support tonight is going to be a team that will help carry forward messaging into the community that I believe can help pay off to demonstrate to your community we have an approach in place to address a lot of the needs that you've heard come up through your town halls, through your one-on-one meetings. We hear consistently a lot of important issues. We know that public safety is important. We know that addressing homelessness and the impacts of homelessness in your community are important. We know that safe spaces are important. We know that responding to emergencies is important. There's a lot of things. Roads constantly are important. How can I figure out roads, right? How dare me, right? We know that's important. So these are all topics that come up, and you can all see it in the survey that was done. And so there are needs that we have that far outweigh and far outstrip the resources you currently have. There may be a path forward to get you some more resources, but we have to be able to clearly communicate what that is and how we can approach that and how we can bridge that gap. And these two services between tonight's, this one and the earlier one, can help you do that. Okay, so we wanted to provide here, and I'm not going to go through and read all this, but you can definitely ask some questions as we go back through it. But the consultant wanted to provide a summary of what some of the services would be through the contract arrangements, so you can kind of see what they would be doing for us under the contract, and then talking about what we would be doing with our staff support for it as well. Clearly, government is not the team that really works on campaigns, so part of what we would be seeking out later on is seeking the partnership from those that are seen as doing positive work in the community to help really push this through. Our role is really about information, providing the accurate public information that's necessary to kind of tell the community the story about what we can and can't do and the resources we do have and the resources we don't have. And Mayor, just so you know, I know you wanted to ride on the zipper. That's really important to you. And we said, yeah, we probably can't do that for reliability, but it actually has a remote control. So if you see that little button thing right there, that's the asphalt. If you look real close, that's the asphalt zipper remote control.
I would not trust myself.
Okay, well, I just want to point out that there's a remote control for it.
Under no circumstance.
Yeah. Okay, so we thought that was important to put together some frequently asked questions about kind of how you engage the community, what the appropriate role is for government in terms of looking at a measure. And so with the support of our team, we put these together. And so I think these are common sense for the most part, but I think that unless you've been part of this before, and I think that everyone that sits at the dais understands that, but perhaps the public doesn't quite know these things. And so we felt it was appropriate to put these together so you could see them. Okay, recommendations. We did not budget for this. When we did the initial outreach, we were not sure if we would get to this step in the process. We said, let's see if there's community interest and support. I'm here to tell you tonight, there's an interest, there's support from the community. There is, I'm not gonna say super strong, but there's warranted support to continue forward with the process. And so we're seeking your guidance tonight to allow us to take these appropriate actions to go forward. We need to build the team to support us to go through this. As I mentioned, they're all-stars. They have a very high rate of approval when they work on measures. And I just wanted to remind you of some things that are upcoming. Venus is going to be providing soon an update on your forecast. We're working through your budget. You've got goals and priorities coming up. You have a team in place that can do all the important things you want to get done. The one resource we lack truly is your financial resources. You know, we can conserve, we can be very diligent in protecting your resources, but there's some times when you just can't overcome the lack of financial resources to get the important things done that you want to achieve. And so your community understands that. They see that you've done good work. We talked about the positive things you've done with the police department in terms of getting numbers that have trended the right way over the last few years. They've seen the positive work we're doing in the fire department and ALS. They see the good things we're doing with the programming in Parks and Community Services. We see the rebounding in sales tax and the new businesses that are being opened. We see that we're making attempts to fix every pothole, and we've got the zipper out doing work, and we're working on roads. But the need for more is still there, right? And so there's a way to help bridge that gap, and we need to tell the story in the community about how they can support us and let the people make the decision ultimately about how that works out. And so I'm here to answer questions, but the recommendations I think are pretty self-explanatory. I don't know if any of the subcommittee members have any comments or questions they want to provide, but open that up for you as well.
Okay. Mr. McBride, thank you for your presentation. Thank you to the subcommittee for all their work, and also thank you to the Lou Edward Group for their work as always as well. Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager McBride, one question I have and that I've brought up in the subcommittee. At this stage tonight, this is not an ask for us to support a measure. This is an ask to continue really a community campaign of the discussion of a measure or not.
Yes, you're correct. And in fact, there'll be another opportunity after we do community outreach and education to poll again and see where the pulse is. And I want to make sure that I probably glossed over this. It's in the report. You can read it. A general measure was tested, and the polling came back at 63%. A general measure needs 50% to be approved. So you start to see where the community looks at you and where the support is. So you have a chance through this process to go back and do it again and see where you are closer to the debt.
There's a general purpose tax, which just has to get 50% plus one of the voters. Special purpose tax, it needs 66.7%. We tested some things that we hear up here a lot. We tested a special purpose measure to look at fire and police facilities. We tested a special purpose measure to fund parks. You've heard me say up here, you know, just kind of off the top of my head, a 1/4-cent sales tax for parks. We've had groups come into the room, come to the dais, show us pictures of our, you know, park infrastructure in need of help. I've heard that one of the benefits of our parks master planning process is it could dovetail into a parks measure. The unfortunate reality is both of those potential measures did not surpass the 66.7% threshold. In fact, it wasn't even close. And, you know, look, that's not the answer that I wanted, but I think it's important for us to know. It allows us to put our resources where they're going to get more benefit for the city and for our residents. And, you know, also to the extent you believe that it's not a coincidence that these groups are coming to talk to us about parks, I'm going to need to see their polling before I get convinced. But there is, as Scott said, there is a path. The community is willing to support a general purpose measure to do the things that they see as issues of the day. These are things like addressing the impacts of homelessness. These are code enforcement. Have we heard that as an issue? Fire and police staffing levels, generally supporting public safety, generally supporting park infrastructure. So, you know, the community, I think, is reflecting back on us. These are things they want to see the city do more of, but we don't have the resources, and they're willing to put a little bit of their hard-earned money in the game. So, you know, we've kind of been talking about the last 10 minutes, like we need to do public outreach to convince people. I mean, that's part of it, but the community is saying they want more of these things that we do, we're not doing enough of. And we're not doing enough of it because we don't have the resources. So I think it's imperative for us to take this feedback and continue this process, continue to evaluate. Again, as Mr. DuPont said, no final decisions, but the benefits from another $100,000 investment are potentially multiplied many times in dollars, but also our ability to deliver services that our community wants. Not what we think, but what they want, what they've told us they want. So I would ask for your support for this additional bit of work and to continue working on this project.
And Councilmember, if I could just add, you're entirely correct. This is about focusing on needs. You know, this is really about better understanding needs. And we've been through these town halls, and I think that we have a pretty good idea serving in the capacities we do about what the community's priorities are. But we did a survey and we got a good feedback about priorities and needs. This is really about explaining needs and talking about what we see as our priorities as well. And I think if we focus on that, we're going to get at a really good place in the end. And so I don't want to jump to the conclusion about what the solution is, but I think if we focus on that process and we go back and really focus in on listening to everyone and the needs, we're going to get there and we're all going to be much better off in the end.
Additional questions? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what some of my colleagues said, but Scott just said solutions. And if we go out to the community and get that outreach, that's how we're going to find those solutions and what they're wanting. So yeah, I fully support continuing that community outreach and getting more of the data to really show what does our community want. So full in support of it.
All right, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, back to council for additional questions, discussion, and/or requests for action. Before us tonight is simply to approve the $104,375 agreement, professional services agreement with the Lou Edwards Group, and then all the associated paperwork or authorizations.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilmember Tao, was that a second?
Second, yeah.
Okay, motion is second, pending discussion. Councilmember Jean.
So generally speaking here, I do not support another sales measure or sales tax measure. I know before us is not the same thing, and it is going back out and getting more data. But that being said, in my thoughts, it's a waste of money. And so I don't think it's worth going that route. The way the ballot, the concept or the language that was proposed in the ballot measure here is pretty much anything, everything under the sun, right? It's a general sales tax. And that being said, I think it is disingenuous to residents where they think that money is going to very specific things or specific items listed in here are going to get very specific cuts out of that. But that being said, a lot of the times, money is not allocated in these things. And so I don't think I know residents are not going to be in favor of just doing another ballot measure in which we put majority of that money right back into police and fire. I know with Measure C, people think that that's with roads as well, but very little of that money goes towards roads. Here, again, people, if we look at the survey themselves, they talk about homelessness as one of the major items that they're concerned about. And we know for a fact up here, majority of that money is not going there, right? When we first started talking about tax measure, we talked about public infrastructure. We're talking about a new fire station, new fire trucks, a lot of things that are primarily tied to public safety, right? Police and fire. And listing everything on here, again, I think it's disingenuous to residents because a lot of this money is not going to be put into these areas. And so, yeah, I don't agree with this.
Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that assumes a lot of things, makes a lot of assumptions for not only this council, but future councils. It's a, yes, general sales tax. And if we get any more specific, when we get into public safety infrastructure, which I can tell you, I wholeheartedly discussed to a T almost every meeting that we needed to test this because it's needed, and it did not poll well. Now, for whatever reason, the public did not like it, right? And we discussed parks. All three of us discussed parks because that's brought up a lot, and it did not poll well. I mean, when you have information in front of you, you can't say, well, the public wants this then. That's just not taking the data that's in front of you and using it for your benefit. And two, if we get specific, we have to meet a higher threshold. There's a 67% threshold that you would then have to meet. Both of those were not even close. A general tax at least has some viability to continue the discussion with the public. And I think that's at the point where we're at now. And once we get past that point, if they approve it, if they don't approve it, that's their decision as the voters of this city. But then we have policy decisions to make based on being a representative in the seat that we sit in. So I think there's a lot of assumptions there that are just not accurate. And if we say this is tailored to public safety, well, we don't want to say that, because then we get into a specific tax or a special tax, which has a higher threshold, and it's not. It's a general use tax that we were wanting to go out to the public and have a further discussion.
Councilmember Zhang, your response, sir.
I agree with you, right? We don't want to say that this is going towards public safety. But at the end of the day, that's where it goes, right? We're not saying it, but that's where it's going. And so that's why I'm saying it's disingenuous, right? Yeah, we're polling data. We know that people care about these other things. We're going to include them. But at the end of the day, we're not going to put money in those areas. That's how it is.
Okay. Councilmember Dupont, back to you, sir.
Look at the summary of the polling. The best polling department in this city is the fire department. It's public safety. So again, the policy decisions are the policy decisions of the council. So it's not disingenuous. It's a discussion. It's a discussion of what is a general tax, one, and two, what are possible policies that we can decide to use a general tax on? So I think pigeonhole ourselves to just public safety is just not accurate, and it assumes things that you're wanting to assume but are just not true. So I think we have to continue on the discussion of a general tax and not a specific tax and a special use tax. Let's get away from that language.
All right, Councilmember Smith, jumping into the debate.
I think it's premature to be talking about what might be in or out of a measure, but I don't agree that a general tax by definition in every case is some kind of a bait and switch. You know, I'll point to this council for 20 years, precedent of 20 years, using a general measure C tax to fund public safety. I think if we tell the voters we're gonna do something with their money, that we're gonna do it. And I think that the people sitting in these chairs after we're long gone are gonna do that. That's what this chamber has done, so. I do think it's very worthwhile to continue this investigation.
Yes, sir. No, it's, one, with homelessness too, just a couple minutes ago, we accepted a $28 million grant to help address homelessness. Thank you, Leah and everybody else. And the big point too, if it's a general tax, it's up to the council. So depending on what the council's priorities are, if the council has very progressive priorities, they can put those into progressive goals. If the council has traditionally more conservative goals, the council can do that. So it's up with a general tax, it's up to the council. And I think to Shane's point too, kind of hinting at that's where some of the opponents of old Measure C overplay their hand, because old Measure C was a general tax, and now it's strictly a public safety tax. So, I mean, I know certainly, not getting way ahead of ourselves, but if this were to pass and we were to put all, I certainly wouldn't support putting all of it into public safety. I don't think that's right. We have big needs in a lot of different areas. But it'd be up to the council to identify those needs and allocate the resources effectively, and council changes every 2 years too, so hard to say. So I think for that reason, it's gotta be general, because it is a general tax, if passed. All right, additional discussion, or we'll call for the question. Okay, seeing no additional requests to speak, we'll call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Tao. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
All right, takes us to M5.
Okay, agenda item M5, approval to accept and appropriate race registration fees from Gateway to Yosemite 5K/10K Run Walk from SVE Timing and Central Valley Opportunity Fund sponsorship to support event expense costs and Aletha June all-inclusive playground at General Ving Pao Park.
Thank you, Jennifer. Director Jensen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, community. These are just proceeds collected from this fall's Gateway to Yosemite Run. If you recall, we adopted this run about 3 years ago now with the intention of partnering with local nonprofits or community-based organizations to help raise community support and funds towards local park projects. This year, the run was held at Farrens Park, and the proceeds that are before you tonight for a request to appropriate were raised in order to support the construction of Aletha June Playground at General Vang Pao Park. The park is in about 80% design right now. We're looking forward to bringing a final product to go out to bid in this spring and hopefully have constructed later this summer with the help of this donation that'll make that happen.
Thanks, sir. Questions for Mr. Jensen? Okay, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, back to council for additional discussion, comments, questions, or a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember DuPont, second from Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Jennifer.
I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
That was a 5-vote item for the record. All right, on to our reports.
Okay, agenda item N, reports. N1, 2025 City Council Goals and Priorities Status Update and Review Draft 2627 Department Mission Goals and Priorities and Draft 2627 Capital Improvement Program Requests.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ms. McBride, welcome back to the podium.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We're gonna try to make this a little bit larger, perhaps. If I get some assistance here. Let's see if we can do that real quick. Not working, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. It's getting a little bit bigger. It's got a little bit of a lag. I know it's in your agenda packet, so the council can see it, but it's a little bit difficult for those that are in the audience. We got a big screen, but it's just a little slow. Let's see. Oh, is that a little bit bigger? Okay. All right, give it one more shot and then we'll just kick it off. Oh, might be a little bit too big. All right. I hear feet coming my way. Okay, hold on. All right, so just real quickly, what I'm playing with here is, this is an abbreviated version of your current goals and priorities. And so what you see on the far left column here are basically what you have as your adopted goals and priorities. And then you have timing, and then what we put, we're gonna probably just leave it at that because I think you can see this, all right? And then what we have here is what we're calling essentially a scorecard. So what we've been working on, again, during November and December is working with the departments to kind of get an update on where we are on your specific goals. And so I want to thank Jennifer for working, as well as all the departments to give us updates. And so we've kind of have a little status for you. And so we're prepared tonight to kind of go through these. I didn't intend to read each one, but we certainly can go through them depending on how much detail you want to go through. So you've got representatives for every department, obviously. I'll hit some highlights here as we kind of go through this, just so you kind of can get a flavor. Maybe we can go through this first one here, a few of them anyway. Let's talk about CFD. So, we've scheduled a CFD workshop coming up pretty soon. I think we're looking at a workshop in February. Am I correct, Venus? What date is that again? Oh, it's right here on the list. Oh, February 2nd. There you go, February 2nd. So this has been an ongoing issue, something that Councilmember Smith has been talking about. So Goodwin and Associates will be here to provide that information to you so we can talk about this new CFD update process we've been working through. Review fees, services, including application fees. You talked about some of that tonight, right? Maintenance districts, we've been having all of our departments work on different fees. Development services is a good example. Cost recovery, I think there was an item on your agenda tonight to let us work on our business license fees. That's on the list as well. Bottom one is an interesting one. We've got some real property dispositions we want to bring forward for discussion. As you know, we're working towards the Bell Station no longer becoming a city asset. Although we're not making money from that transaction, we'll be cutting costs, so we are saving money. That's an example of how that will help us. Utility rate studies, you had your first one tonight for a workshop. You've got another one coming up next week. So I think, I'll put Bell Station at the bottom. So I think that you're seeing that there's some flavor for all of these that we're working on. These are probably not the most exciting ones. There's some better ones that are on your goals and priorities, but we wanted to kind of work through these. Okay. Governance. Again, we've been working on many of these, and some have already been completed for you. I don't know if you got any specific questions. I won't spend a lot of time on this. Just kind of looking through these again towards the bottom. We've got a team that's been helping us on grant writing. Each department's been working on it. I really want to give a lot of credit to the police department. Call out Lance in particular. Lance has done a lot of really good work with PD on grant writing. So thank him and all the hard work he's been working on. Okay, keep going through this a little bit. Future planning. Obviously, you saw an exhibit earlier. We've got a lot of future planning projects. In addition to the general plan update, the housing element, SB 244 analysis, your planning division is a very, very busy department. That does not include the other applications I see, the site plans, the CUPs, the maps that go along with development. They're very, very busy division, and we appreciate all the hard work they do. When we do finally get completion of the housing element, we will go out and seek the pro-housing designation, which we've already received approval on before. It was pulled back because the housing element was deemed out of compliance. And then once we get the housing element approved, we've got a whole series of actions we need to take for the zoning code amendments for implementation of the program. So there's a whole series of events. These will probably not get done in the next 5 months just because of the schedule along with the state. So these could probably shift into the next year as well. County Islands, we've had some productive conversations with the subcommittee on those. Again, I would say those are things that probably shift into a year plus, just because of the complications of the different variety of how those look. Coordination and advocacy efforts for HSR, I think that turned into a much larger effort this year than we all expected. That could be a giant goal amongst itself, right? Okay. Obviously, general plan update is itself listed as a goal and priority. And the stationary plan, I think, is obviously going to change as we're refocusing perhaps where the station location might end up being. Okay, public safety. You've got both chiefs here tonight. You've got some other support staff. I'd rather let them kind of walk you through anything here in particular. But I think you kind of see under the notes, a lot of good work has gone on this year on these various topics. So I don't want to go too quickly. If there's anything that comes up, just please let me know. I'll stop and we can go from there. Okay. Pedestrian safety, primarily engineering related, a little bit this involves public works as well. And so I can tell you that part of your package tonight also included a list of your road projects and sidewalk projects. And we also included for you proposed projects for CIP for next fiscal year. And so specifically in engineering, they're constantly working on design for projects, little way out, farther out, a ton of CMAQ projects, which tend to be focused for pedestrians. So we do have those that are lining up. One of the areas I think where we could use some help probably would be a good thing to continue keeping as a goal is continue to involve the public in kind of figuring out what priority projects could be and how to include them in kind of what we plan for and where we get their involvement. Speed survey, I don't think we need to talk about that. We've been working on that quite a bit. But this is talking about how to use the speed survey to perhaps integrate it in for pedestrian projects, so a little bit different. Okay, affordable housing. You got a lot of affordable housing projects currently under construction all over your community. Tonight you took a big step with another award of funding. Some very small things happened this year, which actually were big wins for us. One of them is under the maintenance of the ADU off-the-shelf plans. Because of some state laws that change, we're able to keep the plans that we have and maintain them longer. So we're not having to go back out and redesign these and keep a lot of effort to maintain them. They can stay as is and they can be used longer. We still continue to fund the COC through our HUD funding, so that's still a program that we're involved in every year. We still have our incentive infill program that we've been working under, so these are all still very relevant and still working through all of them. Okay, one of the successes we had this year, actually, we didn't do a local arts district. We were thankfully designated by the state. So we've been designated now as a statewide arts district. I know Chris and his team, and actually all of you in the community have been involved in some levels in this Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan. So that's reaching a conclusion. Chris, what are we looking at? Summertime? March? Okay. So that's wrapping up sometime soon. I think you've all seen the progress on CP42. We're also working on the JPA documents. I know Craig has put a lot of effort into that, as well as our partners. So we've actually invested money we didn't expect that was not planned from the county, additional funds and additional amenities. So a lot of work into CP42. Let's see here. Clearly, I think from your town hall meetings, maintaining restrooms, lighting, playground equipment is still an area that your community says is a priority for us. We've got kind of dual issues, which is you still need to invest in the amenities. There's still like a baseline of some things we need to invest to provide in the parks, but also just simple maintenance of what we have is still a priority as well. We had here Farron's Basin Nature Trail. I think the partnership is maybe a little bit waning, but we can talk to Chris and see if the appetite's still there to continue this project as well. Okay, we're a little bit over halfway here. Still more parks. I think just by way of the town hall that we recently had, you can see the progress. Stephen Leonard, I think it's come a long way since we worked on town hall, or worked on our goals and priorities a year ago. Merced Zoo renovation is active, demolition going on. Work will be going on fairly soon. Bob Hart Square, active, it's in use. Artwork is the next piece of that project. We are still working to relocate Parks and Community Services, working on the design for that project. Master plan in here again, so don't need to really address that one. Joe Herb, I can tell you, now Kim is here in the audience and Chris is here. We do now have an approved funding document from HUD, so that is a project we can start to make some progress on. The Applegate Blacktop still on the list, one that needs some TLC. It was carried forward, probably still going to need some time to get through this one. Same with the Ferentz parking lot, just going to need time to get through this one. So it's still a priority, but these ones are tough. They just need some more time. Okay, roads and pedestrian projects. So I know we've completed the Stoll School project. I think the West pedestrian project is completed. Coffee Road Campus Parkway, I know that has gone out to bid. I know I signed the document to engage the contractor, so that should be kicking off fairly soon. Speed survey, you know the status of that one. Arbor Walkway, actually, we are working with the adjacent property owner to combine the design to get that one moving. So I don't know if it'll be done this year, but there is some progress there. Santa Fe Park Strip, Daryl, I think that's in construction. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, I don't believe that the Melody Sidewalk Lane is completed, but I think there's some level of design work going on, so that's still on the list. The funding is still there. And I know M Street is not completed, but I think that is still in design as well. Okay. Okay, these are some additional capital projects that we had. So I know the city clerk's office safety improvement project, kind of the same thing as the Parks and Recreation Department, Parks and Community Services Department. Design still needs to be completed for the work to be commenced. Ken let me know that the flashing school beacon project items are still back ordered, so whenever they are delivered, they can do that. They still think it could be done by the end of the year. Signal controller, kind of the same thing, to be determined. The skylight work is completed. IT flooring, not started. That's gonna take a little bit more time. Okay, under this capital projects list here, the pavement management system, we actually had a 2-year timeline on that. There is coordination going on with all the cities in the county. They're working to bring on a consultant to update the study countywide to give the council all the data you're looking for. And so they've got a list of information they're seeking to provide for the consultant team. So our team is looking to provide that to get this document issued out. Bear Creek Restoration Design, we've provided documents to the appropriate permitting agencies, and so we'll continue to follow up with them to try to get the permits in place for the work, and may need to seek some additional help from state and federal support agencies to see if we can push that through. It just seems to hit a wall with the permitting agencies. Design standards, I know that Daryl and his team are still working through that. Quiet zones, that's still been an ongoing issue for many years. Again, I think every staff person that has been working on it at the state level is turned over, but we've revised the plans pursuant to their direction. It's pending their review at the CPUC. So when that project is reviewed and approved by them, we'll follow through with the railroad so we can move that to the next phase, which is construction. Wastewater master plan environmental review. So that document essentially from a plan level is done. Next phase is getting the environmental document, which Stantec is completing, has to come back to the council. That will not be done in 5 months, but that can go into next year. Okay. Yosemite Avenue, everyone's favorite project. If it weren't for cold weather, wetness, fog, and everything else have been done already, I don't know, Daryl, how many actual working days do you think is it gonna take once it dries out? A week? Yeah. It's gonna get in the 60s soon. Maybe that's the time? Okay. It's close. Sorry, everybody. Airport terminal, I mean, the airport terminal is essentially complete. There are a few I saw Red here. There's Red over there. Hey, Red. There's a few items that were still under warranty that had to be completed, but it's a beautiful building. Obviously, we all know the issue with the government shutdown. The TI work for TSA is not underway because that has been pushed off. The transition to Contour is not completed because of the government shutdown, but the building is still beautiful. We're not gonna overlook that. Yeah, someday we'll do a nice ribbon cutting for that and we'll celebrate it. The building is beautiful, so. The Safe Streets Lighting Project. I know we talked about this quite a bit at one of the town hall meetings. I don't know what percent complete we are, but it's a high level. Yeah, 85, 90% complete, somewhere in there. Okay, so we're making good progress. McKee Road, I know we're working with the county closely. I think they're looking to start in the spring and be done in the fall. Okay, excellent. So let's
Tell
let
us,
you,
get ready for the question.
Yeah.
We're gonna be hearing, when's McKee gonna be finished?
in the fall. Okay. Station 56 in the EOC. I think Casey provided a really good update to you. We are a little bit short funding. We may have a path forward that can utilize some of the funding we do have to perhaps get started on an approach. So we might want to talk about some financing options with you, something a little bit creative. But I think that's the only thing really holding that one back. So the other thing that's, I don't see it on the list, but it's a priority that we've been working on is the, I'll just throw it on the list even though I don't see it, is the Hawk Training Center, which is kind of in the same position. I know I recently sent an email out to the council about the Collins and Drive design engineering. So design engineering progressing very well, and we now have funding commitment from MCG as a CMAQ project. So I don't know the timing of the funding by year, but that is lining up. So we'll get that confirmed and share that information with you as well. So there is light coming up soon to get that project into actual construction, to get that very important facility completed. Okay. So to these, we've had subcommittee involvement. Craig's been involved. The county has been doing some of their own on a few of these. Street vendor ordinance. Special events is one. We've been talking about this on the periphery, but we need to get a little bit more serious about it. And then whatever we're calling this, the repeat housing code violator ordinance is kind of the last one on the list. So I've talked way too long. You guys probably have a bunch of questions. In terms of what was in your packet and how this all ties together, let me kind of address that, and then I'll have a drink of water and get out of the way.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, we wanted to give you an update of where we think we are in terms of addressing your current goals and priorities. We could very easily take this and put a list of things we think should go forward as carryovers to get ready for your next goals and priority setting. In your packet, we gave you our CIP request from the departments, which is very unscrubbed, unverified. It's just raw. We don't know if we have funding for everything. You're seeing it very raw. We also provided for you the roads and pedestrian projects that we currently have. And the other thing that is in your packet is the department MGOs. And so these are the documents that become part of your budget. And so we really didn't want to have separate goals and priorities that don't reflect what the departments put together. And so we're providing this to you at a very early stage. This is usually something you don't see till you see at the end process when you see the budget document. So now you have an opportunity to see these, and we're willing to take feedback on them really at your convenience. You're probably not ready tonight. We have time on the 31st, or we can even talk about it at some other point. If you want to hear from any of the departments, they are prepared to give you any updates that you want to discuss on those MGOs tonight. I know they're prepared. I can feel it. No.
Excitement, energy in the room.
What you're going to find is most of those MGOs focus really on operations. What you see on this list are more topics that they're actually more tangible. A lot of these are more tangible, the things that you want to see get done. So a lot of the MGOs are more about things that are operational based. So they're a little bit different. But we're all here to support you. And so whatever discussion you like to have, we're here tonight to support that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Scott, for the comprehensive presentation. Any questions from council? Okay, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right. Bring it back to council for additional questions, comments, discussion. I think we're just agendized, and triple check here. Information only. So obviously no direction or decisions to be made tonight. Upcoming goals and priorities session on the 31st, and I think this is all obviously very valuable information to have in advance of that. Okay, we have a...
Mayor, I did want to make one more comment too. One thing I'm going to offer is I will reach out to each of you, maybe not this next week because I know that several of you are going to be attending a conference, but maybe the following week to see if you got any specific topics that you want to bring up as priorities so I can perhaps get that information in advance of our meeting on Saturday. And so you'll have that so you can kind of see what those might be to kind of stimulate some conversation for your goal setting.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. I think that's an important point too. The goals and priorities, it's good to have discussion and a kind of a brief informal session and sort of stimulate conversation for future ideas. Was that a request to speak from a member of the public, or is that just some?
No, he just had a question.
Okay, sounds good. Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager McBride. Great information for tonight. Lot to think about, but I appreciate not only your work that you've done in putting this together, but staff's time and effort to really have a forward thinking of us going into goals and priorities. I think it allows for not only a better conversation between the council and the mayor. So I just want to express my appreciation for the work and really, again, the current road projects, the MGOs, just to really see how the directors and staff are looking forward to the future. Really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, echo that. Thank you, City Manager McBride. This is helpful preview. Sort of what I think we were talking about a few months back, kind of having a flavor of what you're thinking before we go to the 31st. I'm going to reserve my comments specifically. I think the time to get in the weeds is later in the month, but I just want to ask you to think about council's, I think, in the final stages of approving, hopefully, proposed policy C8 to establish the formal committee structure. I'm not saying it should have been on here because it's not finally approved, but maybe think about how that might interplay with the tasks that you have on the list.
All right, anybody else? Okay, seeing no further requests to speak, given that it's information only, we'll move on to our business items. Jennifer. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, agenda item O, business, O1, request to add item to future agenda.
On my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
Councilmember Dupont.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Jean.
Nothing.
Councilmember Harris.
Why, yes. On January 12th, we held a special high-speed rail meeting where high-speed rail asked for a letter of support for a Southeast Merced station. We did not do that. Personally, I didn't have enough information, and I was concerned about public getting information, and we decided to put it off for 45 days. In the meantime, we've had several town halls. I've had discussions with downtown businesses, the Main Street Association, done some due diligence. I would like to put that on the January 27th study session agenda. And since that's an expedited item, I need a second for that.
Okay. First, is there a second to put it on the January 27th agenda? Then we'll have to have, I think, one pursuant to the DuPont rule to agendize it, and then a vote in order to have it within 30 days. There'll have to be a council majority. You have to have 4 votes. Okay, so first, is there a second? Councilmember Smith.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll second. We're sitting up here talking, it's probably important to say that the Transportation Rail Subcommittee was actually talking about bringing it back for discussion on the 27th anyway. So I think we're getting to the same point in terms of procedure. But I think it's a good idea to have discussion sooner rather than later. Whatever the council decides, I'd hate for us to miss the train just for purposes of scheduling. So whatever procedure.
I definitely appreciate it.
I'll second, and to the extent we think we need it, I'll even move to expedite, but I'm not.
Okay, so we have a second. Any additional discussion on that? Okay, seeing none. Now, is there a motion to expedite and have it on the January 27th agenda?
Also move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the question, Jennifer.
You have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. This will provide more work for the 27th. Councilmember Smith.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tapp.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Chief Wilson, the American Red Cross, for extending the invitation for me to participate in the Sound Alarm Community Outreach in South Merced. So thank you for that. So.
Nothing from me for a future agenda.
Okay,
And
agenda item 02, city council comments.
okay, Councilmember Tao, back to you. Any additional council comments? Anything report on any events or anything you've done in the last few weeks, or anything else you want to tell us?
No, I already did. So.
Councilmember Smith.
I do not, thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jean.
Nothing.
Councilmember Dupont.
Nothing tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
All right. I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work in January. I don't know how many at the end, kind of how many meetings we've had in January, but it's going to be, it was probably at least 10 throughout the month. So again, thank everybody for their hard work. And we have point in time count. I know that point in time count gets me excited. So that's on the 22nd. Hopefully we'll get a good, 6 o'clock in the morning. So thanks again to all those who volunteered. And then if anybody wants to join, the 31st is going to be our next cleanup. That'll be at Bear Creek cleanup. We're going to do it in the afternoon at 2:30 at Yoga Park at 28th and H. So again, thanks to Public. I saw Mike here earlier. Thanks to Public Works for all their support as always. All right. That's it.
Okay, agenda item P, adjournment.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Bang.
And the motion passes unanimously.
8:34. Sarah, how's